Declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration for the inquiry into the value of skilled migration to Australia in Brisbane. I welcome all the witnesses who are appearing before the committee today, as well as members of the public and media in the room and people watching online or listening online. This is the 7th public hearing that we're conducting for the inquiry. The committee's conducted public hearings in Canberra, Adelaide, Sydney, Melbourne, and anticipates holding additional hearings in the coming months. The inquiry, as you would know, the scope of the inquiry is looking into skilled migration, the benefits, the negatives, what can be done better, what's working, what's not working, and we're here to hear from all the witnesses so we can come up with the correct and most concise recommendations that will be given to the Minister. On that note, in accordance with the committee's resolution of the 31st of July 2025, the audio of this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present are advised that filming and recording by the media is permitted during the hearing. However, we ask that members of the media present or listening report the committee's proceedings fairly and accurately. I'll now welcome Ms King from the Queensland Council of Unions to give evidence today. But before I do that, I'm going to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves. I'll start off with myself, Steve Georgianis, the Federal Member for Adelaide and Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration.
Good morning, Leon Rebello, the Federal Member for McPherson on the Gold Coast and the Deputy Chair of this committee.
Ms King, I'm Cameron Caldwell. I'm the Federal Member for Fadden at the northern end of the Gold Coast.
And we also have Kathleen McGarry with us, who's our Secretariat, and my staff member, Meg, who's here as well if you need anything outside of the meeting while we're here. Feel free to speak to them. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So my name is Jacqueline King, Jacqueline. I am the General Secretary of the Queensland Council of Unions.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So thank you for your submission and for submitting to the inquiry and appearing today for the inquiry. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll open up and proceed to a discussion, an informal discussion. Over to you, Ms King. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee members. If I could start first by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we are meeting here today, the Turrbal and the Jagera peoples, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. The Queensland Council of Unions is the peak body for Queensland's trade union movement. We represent 25 affiliated unions, around 400,000 union members across Queensland. If I could start by just saying that there are a number of matters in terms of the ACTU submission that I wanted to refer to. So our submissions rely primarily on, for the migration system itself, the ACTU submissions, but I will go to the specific ones. But it's also informed and heavily informed through our exposure to the direct experience of migrant workers. So for the last 12 months, the QCU has been running a program called Queensland Migrant Workwise, which is funded through the Department of Home Affairs to provide education and information to temporary visa holders about their migration and work-related rights and entitlements, as well as to employers of temporary visa holders. We have a number of outreach officers who are out directly in the region. So in terms of Queensland, I know we have 2 Queenslanders that are here today on the committee, but in terms of Queenslanders, over 50% of Queenslanders live outside the Greater Brisbane region. And so for us, regions are incredibly important. We have officers who are now located in Cairns, Townsville, Bundaberg, the Sunshine Coast, the Gold Coast, Toowoomba and Brisbane. And so they're on the ground, out there in workplaces. They're also accessing a lot of migrant communities and community organisations, as well as others such as international students, palm workers and the like. So our submission itself draws, this is from January this year, it draws on a number of particular case studies. That has only built over that time since then with those people on the ground. So that program employs 10 people. So it's quite substantive to be able to get an outreach to temporary visa holders and get what their experiences are and what we are seeing across a range of industries in Queensland, so from manufacturing to construction to agriculture to hospitality to meat processing. There might be some aged care and health, and education are also large industries that employ temporary visa holders. That there are large variances of experiences between the temporary visa holders, but there is a significant amount of exploitation that we are coming across on a daily basis. And when I say exploitation, I mean things like underpayment of wages, underpayment of superannuation, unsafe work practices, discrimination practices, substandard accommodation, and all of the things that I think we have seen for, quite a series of decades to do with migrant labour when migrant labour is coming to Australia. They are the things that are, I guess, informing us. In terms of Queensland as well, we are like many states, but I think we have significant differences from our 2032 Olympic infrastructure demand. So Queensland is a growing state. Our population continues to grow. That has put enormous pressure on our housing in Brisbane, but also particularly in the regions. And when I mean housing, I mean available, housing that is suitable for Australian workers and their families, as well as the rest of the communities, let alone for bringing in migrant labour into regional communities or where we have large infrastructure projects going into a regional community. So a lot of accommodation we're looking at rental accommodation, minus 1% vacancy rates, etc., which is causing enormous stress in the system. At the same time, we have demands on the system because of population growth to expand and grow our hospital services, our education, our energy infrastructure, right across the board. And, we've kind of got a bit of a collision of events that are happening. So we've got increased population demand for services. We've got Olympic and Paralympic infrastructure demands that's occurring on us. At the same time, I think we need to be thinking from our perspective, from a Queensland Council of Unions perspective, our message is very strongly that the first point of principle for anything to do with migration is, from a Queensland perspective, that Queenslanders should be able to access Queensland jobs and Queensland training opportunities in the first instance. So our first call for the state government, but also to the federal government, and preferably having a tripartite approach because of the important role that local government plays in Queensland given its regionality, is that there is a tripartite approach to how do we actually grow and build the skills for Queenslanders to meet those skills shortage needs up until 2032 and obviously beyond, but that's the stage where we have significant pressure in the system. Just two examples. We are going to need 46,000 additional healthcare workers, so that's doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals, by 2032 for Queensland alone. In 27-28, the construction workforce is expected to peak and we will need around another 38,000 construction workers, currently facing a deficit of about 17,000 every year in that sector, and mainly because of the competing demands of different infrastructure, and we've also got pressures from competing demands of infrastructure interstate. So there's, abnormal kind of demand, so to speak, in the system. In that environment, obviously, the issue of skilled migration comes up, and so for us it's how do we actually put some parameters around that. So, as I said, first of all, there needs to be, I think, some a lot better coordination, state and national, the federal and state governments working better together around a workforce development strategy for Queensland that addresses these issues. So the skills and training portfolios of both the federal and state government working together about how do we address these issues. For instance, for apprentices, we have in the construction industry across the board, there is almost half, there's a half dropout or non-retention rate. There are obvious answers to some of this where there has been years and years of research done and it continues to be the same. It is the poor and the low standard of wages. So currently an apprentice on an award as an 18-year-old is getting the same as what an 18-year-old is working in the fast food industry. And as we know, the junior rates are being phased out of those industries, so it will get worse. We have issues around how do we actually keep them, and so we've had different models over time which are focused on, you know, providing pastoral care and providing mentoring to young people coming into those jobs. We should be looking at all of those, but we should be doing it in a cohesive way that focuses on the specific industry. So the construction industry, the health industry, you know, there are people who we are not retaining people in the health industry or education because of things like occupational violence, excessive workloads. We have police officers who are leaving their jobs for similar reasons, excessive workloads, exposure to trauma. We need to be addressing the whole of what is actually happening in the Australian workforce and think about what then are the connections. Because if we think about migration by itself, it simply means it's just another, well, we can pull people off a shelf and we can put them into the system. The system has to be a holistic approach to how do we manage the skills and workforce development for Australia, of which skilled migration has a part. And I think it's from that lens that we would prefer to look at things. And if I've over-egged that, I have done that intentionally. We should be training Queenslanders first, and skilled migration should only be used strategically and where there are demonstrable and real skill shortages. And for that, I think the role of Jobs and Skills Australia, which is one of the ACTU's key recommendations, that they should take an overarching look at where does migration and skilled migration fit into the whole Australian skills kind of picture, should be centrepiece.
Wind up a bit.
Yep, I was just about to say, so I'll wind up. So the only other things that I just wanted to
have your submission, so we've got it all in writing.
Yeah. So the only other things that I would say in terms of the ACTU submissions is really about trying to. We know that the review of the workplace justice visa process is underway. We are supportive of extending that and making sure that those protections and those entitlements are available to a wider range of temporary visa workers. Our experience of working through our Migrant Workwise program and with the Immigration Advice Rights Centre out of New South Wales, who we partner with, is that system is working. It just needs to be better, more promulgated and better known. Having greater visa mobility so workers are not specifically tied to individual employers, that always appears to be a problem when we are faced with exploitation, and I think some of our case studies, well de-identified, go to that.
Questions on the exploitation which we might be able to thresh out a bit more when I ask them.
Yep. So I'll leave it at that. As I say, we support the general submissions of the ACTU in that space, but also quite cognizant that we need to be thinking about stuff in terms of like what an Australian system has to have local, and we need to think about, from our perspective, a Queensland system.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission and giving us a bit of an understanding of Queensland Council of Unions and the issues that you're dealing with. I've got a couple of questions. First one, and I did mention exploitation. You started off by saying there's still quite a bit of exploitation taking place, and that's very concerning. Obviously, if people are bringing people over from overseas for certain sectors and then exploiting them. Could you sort of outline for the committee, is there a particular sector where this is being seen, or is it across the board? You'll always have people not doing the right thing in any sector and every. But are there any particular sectors where it really stands out?
Well, it depends where you are and what are the largest employers within the region. So there are regional kind of issues, but we are seeing it across the state in the construction industries where we're getting, temporary visa holders coming in and being paid $35 an hour on an ABN. That's a federal court matter to establish that it's sham contracting. There's a couple of those workers were found who were sleeping in sleeping bags on the streets in Cairns just 2 months ago.
So they're contracting work out to different entities?
Yes.
They're then employing people.
And doing sham contracting.
Through sham contractors.
Yeah, and for someone who's on $35 Australian an hour, they've got to pay their own tax, provide their own tools, all the rest of that side of things. To establish, number one, they've got a visa, so they're very vulnerable. They're fearful of reporting what's actually happening to them. And the legal route to address that is a federal court matter to address sham contracting, where they have to hire a lawyer, which might cost them all up $50,000 to actually, progress a sham contracting matter. So they're common.
When the sham contractors are exposed by whether it be the union or someone else, is there a response? Is it a positive response when you do go to the?
We are finding it. So we are. So from the
positive response, I mean the authorities, etc., actually work to shut it down.
Not necessarily, because I think in the sham contracting area, and I think it's also rife on the construction industry on the Gold Coast, is a particular area, Gold Coast and Cairns. But for that, it is the only way to deal with that. We can refer some of them to the Fair Work Ombudsman. So where we identify systemic cases of it, the Fair Work Ombudsman will take it on. But for individual matters, it is a federal court application. So it's problematic for those people to have their issues addressed. We can refer them, and our people we'll refer them to the ATO, the employer, that the employer is not paying the appropriate tax. They're often not getting their superannuation again, which is the ATO. So there are processes, but it's quite involved and quite complex for some of them.
So would you say these the main contractor would be aware of these ongoing?
Generally, yes.
They are?
Yes.
Yeah. So therefore that would be, for them, obviously they're trying to get their prices down as low as possible. It would be.
They're looking at migrant labour as a reduced wage factor on their books, basically, and less risk in terms of liability if they're able to push them off onto an ABN. Long term, the liability is greater if they're found to be sham contracting, but because of the nature of the fact that most migrant workers won't report something that's happening, number one, they don't know, they don't understand what their rights are, so there's a lack of education, and then there's a lack of reporting because they don't know who to talk to about these things.
Having their visa connected to their employment makes it difficult for them to speak out.
Yes. Yeah. And then we're seeing other things on the Gold Coast. They're in the construction industry. I don't want to make it just about them because it's not, but the use of international students. So, those students would be in breach of their work conditions on their visas, but they are being used in the construction industry up to 60 hours a week. So I don't know how they're doing their education at the same time, but these things are happening. We referred matters when we came across some issues with JBS at Dinmore, referred those to the department in terms of, that's only probably 3 months ago, in terms of potential, what we believe was potential misuse of student visas to bring in trainee managers from Brazil for that site, but also at the same time looking at the number of visa workers. The site itself at Dinmore had grown over 50% in 12 months, and it was all temporary visa holders. And really questioning, has there been any labour market testing? There is a high youth unemployment rate in the Ipswich region, but everything that we were being told by local job service providers was that they were being told there's nothing here. So you've got, large employers operating in Australia who aren't offering, entry-level apprenticeship or traineeship positions, and then going to wholesale migrant labour, and you've got to ask the reasons why.
And that takes me to my last question, but just on that point, there's been some discussion, and people have been telling us that we should tie apprenticeships to migrant workers. In other words, for every X amount of workers that you bring over, the company must employ maybe one for every 10 or 15 or 20 local apprentice. What are your views on that in terms of having it tied to the, and it would only work for the very, very big, I suppose, the big construction, big companies that employ on their sites quite a few.
Well, we've always supported, ratios for apprentices, but I'm going to just focus maybe on we need to employ local apprentices. So I know the Master Builders of Australia, the MBA, have been advocating for the introduction of a building and construction industry apprentice pathway for migrant workers. That would be disastrous. From our perspective, we're basically giving up on Queenslanders, on Australians actually getting a job in that space and targeting overseas workers to come in and work at 50% of a tradesperson's wages. That's where they would start because they'd be sitting on the award rate of pay. They're more than likely to be placed with a group training company that's also, an apprenticeship company. Meaning that, they're likely to be moved around on different jobs. The likelihood of them getting past 1 year into their apprenticeship is very low in terms of, that everything has actually gone right. I think that would completely undermine our apprenticeship scheme. In terms of making positive measures to ensure that Australian employers or employers in Australia are actually employing local apprentices, absolutely. Where governments can do that through procurement policies, we've seen that is effective in the past. Here in Queensland, unfortunately, they've just abolished the 15% building and construction industry training policy for government infrastructure projects, which is kind of ludicrous from our perspective in the current skill shortage environment. They haven't replaced it with anything other than employer apprentice incentives, which have been available, and there's nothing wrong with employer incentives in that space, but it fundamentally doesn't address the reasons why an industry doesn't train. So we need to find mechanisms, whether it's the health industry, whether it's aged care, whether it's construction, for them to buy into their responsibilities as an industry to actually train up the next workforce. So whether that's trainees, apprentices, graduates, wherever that workforce is needed, and that's where we need to come back to having workforce development plans, at an overarching level, which governments have responsibilities for bringing parties together from industry, but then down at an industry level to drive some of these things. And if it's procurement or it's commitments from employers,
it can be done.
It can be done. We used to have it in federal awards until 1996. I've been around this for 3 decades, and I remember the 1996 changes that happened under the John Howard government. It removed ratios for apprentices and trainees and awards. It removed that tradesperson to apprentice ratios, where you either had, a tradesperson could supervise up to 3 or up to 5 apprentices. It removed all of those things that were worked in favour of actually structured training for workplaces. And it didn't replace it with anything. And since then, we've seen, less apprentices, less completions. Over time, the whole system has sort of undermined. It's not just because of that. There's a whole range of factors, but I think we need to bring it back to how do we create an Australian and a Queensland workforce that's suitable for what our needs are, and we should be putting Australians and Queenslanders in the middle of that. Skilled migration is an important part. It's played an important part and should continue to do that. But I think, there are other factors in terms of regional Australia, such as, lack of housing that needs to be addressed.
A whole range of others.
And a whole range of others, yeah.
I think Deputy Chairs has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to turn to regional labour shortages, and you've spoken about some of the issues in Queensland. In your opinion, are regional labour shortages mainly skilled, semi-skilled or low-skilled?
Depends on the industry, but I think it's probably a combination of them. But when we talk about low-skilled regional vacancies, I think you've got to start to ask the question: are those vacancies actually being driven by the fact that there are either low wages, they're unsafe industries, or it's insecure employment, like they're highly casualised, etc., and people aren't interested in working in that? Which is when I go back to the point that we can't just consider, is there a shortage because we advertised? and we advertised at really low rates of pay, we didn't get anyone, so therefore let's go in and we'll offer a migrant worker even lower, 10% off, if we can get that on the regional rates of pay.
And are there any particular areas or shortages that you think, again, staying on the topic of regional workforce shortages, that you think are not adequately addressed by our skilled migration program at the moment? Are there any obvious gaps?
I think the palm worker scheme could be, I know there's current commentary in the media around the palm worker scheme and the 457, the backpacker visa. Sorry, I'll get that right. Not the proper terminology for it. But I think, we come across a lot of palm workers, and Queensland has the largest amount of palm workers of any state. So at any time we have between 12,500 to 15,000 palm workers who are here. A lot of those people are seeking better hours, more security, less seasonal. So some of them come with the seasons, but some of them are here throughout the year. So it goes from that 12.5 to 15. So there's still a base that is there. So I think we could look at the palms in terms of that. The fact that palm workers don't get access to our Medicare scheme while they're here. We're coming across lots of stories of, major health issues, workers being terminated because they're pregnant. They can't go home, they get stuck in the system here, they have no access to healthcare, all of that. I think that, we need to be considering, I think, the people that we've given commitments to that are already here before we start advertising and saying, come to Australia and you can come and do those jobs and create competition. We don't need competition between backpacker visas and palm workers. I think for some industries, the palm workers are very suitable, and they need better security and better support and better standards of accommodation, because that's the other thing we see particularly for them.
And the other question I had, you spoke about the deficits in terms of the number of workers in certain areas, and in particular I think you mentioned construction workers. I think it was 17,000 deficit per year. During our hearings on Friday, we heard from one of the witnesses that if you take our total net overseas migration, the amount of people that are coming through that work in the construction industry was around the 4% mark. Do you think, just looking at that and from your experience in Queensland, if you look at over the last few years our migration system, have you got any indications that, well, firstly, do you think it's working, it's fit for purpose at the moment? But secondly, have you seen any changes that have worked to address any of these issues in aligning the need with our migration system?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think of a short way to answer it. I mean, I guess I've seen this over 3 decades, and at a time when we have pressures for migrant workers who want to come here. So my last experience of this was the GFC, when there was lots of migrant workers coming to Queensland and coming to Australia. The problems that occurred then, were happening. So my experience was working in the electrical and the power field, and seeing Irish electricians coming into the country and having their passports taken from them, living in triple bunks in beds in Airlie Beach. And working as, doing licensed electrical work when they weren't licensed because they hadn't been given access to do the skills assessments. When I thought of that happening at that time, the automatic comparison in my mind is to what would be happening to a worker in the agriculture industry or the meat industry or wherever, right? So I think these things happen and they come in waves, and the things that we should be thinking about is how do we train, I'm going to go back to principles, how do we train and get an Australian workforce, and plan for that over a period of time. You don't create tradespeople even in a 4-year apprenticeship. They become productive over 7 years. But for employers and governments to say, well, that's just too difficult, we're not going to do that, let's open up and create a specialist building construction industry pathway, is basically letting down Australian workers, and it's letting down our communities, because these are jobs for the future and for our children as well. So we need to be thinking always about that. But I think there will always be, waxing and waning in the migration system, depending, decisions of government, international events, etc. the best thing that we could do to protect workers from being exploited, which is the same thing as stopping migrant workers or the use of migrant workers from undermining Australian wages and conditions, is to make sure that we have better compliance and better optics over what's going on. And I'll give you one example in the aged care, and you probably, if you haven't already heard from the ANMF, I know their submissions are in, but for instance, in the aged care labour agreements, there is a requirement for an aged care employer to sign and enter into a memorandum of understanding with the relevant union about access and induction. So what we are seeing from Migrant Workwise is we are going into non-union workplaces. We're not there to recruit people, we're there to provide education information, but in a similar way, the ANMF and other unions are able to go in an induction and basically provide the essential information about what their rights and entitlements are. These people don't even know that they're entitled to the same wages and conditions of employment as Australian workers. So how would they know how to navigate, well, my employer hasn't paid my superannuation? How would they even know about payday super that started on the 1st of July, right? So there's this huge education component, and there's also cultural issues about fear of engagement with governments and institutional bodies, including unions and employers. They're very fearful of having their visas taken off them. So as much protection around that visa, so that, you know, that's where we're seeing the exploitation. And that ability to be able to not necessarily be, you know, just have your visa, have your job, your accommodation, and if it's training as well, all hooked to the same person, that creates additional vulnerability. So I think that some review in the system about where that visa is connected to. I think we gave something in our submissions around some of the regional skilled visas, so that, you know, you've got some requirements about where the connection is, but you've broken the nexus with an individual employer. Where the individual employer has that power, that is often where we find the exploitation, because it's about power and control.
Yeah.
Mr. Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. King. Love the pro-Queensland attitude. So your primary roles are obviously in relation to workers, you know, wages, conditions,
Safety.
way of life, safety. Do you think there's a tipping point where migration intake tips over to there being too much, and I think you mentioned it in your opening, too much of a pressure on our infrastructure and housing that outweighs whatever the economic benefit of the migration program is? Can you just flesh that out for us a little bit?
Sure. So I'm not going to talk about what I think cap should be or anything like that, but definitely, you know, we are seeing the pressure in Queensland on the ground. We already have interstate migration levels that have been continuing, you know, since COVID. So our population growth, that's significant, and in particular in a regional state where, you know, you're not just looking at one large city, you're looking at, you know, all of these different outposts of regional cities, regional communities, rural. You know, I live part-time in a rural community, and I see what the pressures are like in those places. So I do understand that they find it difficult to employ people, but when they want to employ on the minimum award, or they are known to be a person who doesn't pay penalty rates, even though that's the law, or someone is doing an ABN, I could list 3 in my local community that I'm aware of from people that I know that are Australians, then if you introduce migrant labour onto that, then you know that that's going to be happening in that space. I've drifted a little bit, but I think there's got to be a balance, and if an employer is going to, if that means, you know, the state government is funding, you know, large infrastructure projects into the regions, or an employer is going to build large hotels or whatever that requires a massive influx of workers, whether that's Queenslanders, Australian workers or migrant workers, there has to be consideration given to those local communities about accommodation. And what are the other effects, right? Because, again, I grew up with parents for school teachers. teachers. And we did the Western New South Wales route as I was a kid, and a family would move out of a 2-teacher school, which will become a 1-teacher school overnight. And the impact on that local community is quite large, but when someone else moves in and then you have to upskill in that space, it is an infrastructure need. So our education, the impact on hospitals and our services, the ambulance ramping, all of it, in our view, is connected, right? It is all about population growth. And it is all it's a lack of planning, successive governments, I think state, federal, in terms of looking at what does this actually mean for people in those areas. And I think the whole immigration debate at the moment is a lot of frustration coming from people because they don't believe that their needs are being listened to by either government, by either major political party. And I'm not suggesting here that I support that, but I also empathise that's how they feel. Because they're living in it every day and wondering how it's going to end. When will it get better for ordinary Queenslanders?
Yeah. I know the Chair's going to wrap me up shortly, so just quickly. I think in your submission you talked a little bit about wage stagnation being sort of an indicia of where about need or lack of need for migration. Can you just flesh that out a little bit more? In what way do you think that is an indicator or not an indicator of the need for a skilled migrant workforce to top up?
In terms of wages?
Yeah.
Well, so we often see you'll get migrant labour will be coming in at higher levels, so your engineers, your medical professionals, doctors, etc. And that's driving a lot of it. But then there's often a big gap in the middle of that, and so you'll see a lot of it is coming in at minimum wage. They're not recruiting into so outside of the professions and some of the trades, this is where our concerns are about the low skilled, is that it will come in at minimum wage, and when it comes in at minimum wage, they're not being paid, as I said before. They're not paying Australian workers. They're not compliant with paying their super, paying their overtime, paying penalty rates. They don't understand. Migrant workers don't even understand that they have those same rights in that space, and so it will drive what is actually happening. So you'll see that effect of we'll advertise at a certain wage rate and people won't apply for the jobs locally because the wage rates are out of kilter. We've had examples of unions telling me examples, so second-hand, a bit to clarify. That a large, meat industry employer just gets around the advertising things by having a standing ad on Seek. They're big enough, they're an Australian firm, they can just do a rolling, and that gets them out of the local kind of advertising. So there's a whole range of factors that are in there, and I think that if you just go out and do that, then you're not being genuine, right? Where's your commitment to actually, signing up the young people who are leaving school, offering them the traineeships and the apprenticeships, not ditching your workforce completely, over a 20-year period to go to 90% migrant labour. That's crazy to me, right? Don't have a problem with supplementary labour, don't have a problem with it coming in and out and waxing and waning if we've got unemployment issues or whatnot. But when you've got a whole industry that's, trying to shift itself to migrant labour, that's about driving down Australian wages and conditions, displacing Australian jobs, and about undermining the actual employment system itself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one more, if you've got some thoughts on this. In terms of the way that we do migration, and if you go back from 1949 when we brought in a program of a structured migration policy, governments of all persuasions looked at what the needs of the country were, and you brought people in immediately on permanent residency basis. There was no work visas or labour migration, or it was basically, here's our needs, we need 50,000, 40,000 or 10,000 factory hands, 15,000 construction workers. So you'd work out your quota for the year, they would come in immediately on a PR, they were given the opportunity to become Australians very quickly. And we've gone from that in 1949 to this massive, complicated labyrinth of Byzantium laneways and connections, which complicates it. Some people are of the view that we go back to that system where we work out what our needs are for the next 4 or 5 years, bring people over. They know then that they have certainty. They also know that they have the opportunity to become Australians as well and be part of our community. Is that too simplified, that view?
It may be too simplified, but there is merit in it, because I think the complexity of the migration system is too much for most people to understand how to navigate, let alone for an ordinary Australian to understand how that system works and impacts. I think the option of more secure jobs, from an Australian worker, is the same as having a secure visa. So if people know that they've got some security with their visa and they're not linked to the individual employer, that takes away that risk of exploitation in that space. So I definitely think, from our perspective, it should be train Queenslanders first. Second option is where there is identifiable skills shortages and needs, then we go to migrant labour. But that requires, I think, careful thought and planning, which is back to you, I think, what you were saying, where we know there's an industry that is experiencing particular issues. Well, what is the industry doing, and where is government, and what are the mechanisms that government can bring to that equation about training and workforce development, of which migrant labour is only a part, right? And then I think we should be doing something, and just my last plea, please do something about fixing the palm workers scheme in the sense of giving them better rights and the same sort of visa rights as even the current temporary visa holders. They are the most vulnerable, I think, of anyone, and they are our neighbours, and we're relying on them to come and fill our industries, in particular aged care, in particular in horticulture and agriculture. And some others, but these are people that we should not be exploiting. We shouldn't be exploiting any migrant labour, but to go to the most vulnerable tells a lot about a country.
Thank you very much, Ms King, for your submission and for appearing before us today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which I don't think you have, but if there is something you want to send through that perhaps you didn't raise today or wasn't asked, please send it through to the Secretariat by Friday, 2nd of October 2026. You'll also be sent a transcript of today's evidence, of your evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors you think may have been made. On that note, thank you very much for appearing before the committee.
Okay.
Thank you. We're only 6 minutes, by the way. Call our next witnesses. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Hansard ready? I now welcome witnesses from Multicultural Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning. Jo Nelson. I'm the Chief Executive of Multicultural Australia.
Thank you.
I'm Jason Olsen-Sito, Chief Development Officer at Multicultural Australia.
I'm Kalpalata Iyer. I'm the Research and Advocacy Manager at
Welcome. I'm Steve Georgianis. I'm the Federal Member for the seat of Adelaide and Chair of the Migration Committee, and I'll allow my committee members to introduce themselves.
Leon Rebello, the Federal Member for McPherson on the Gold Coast and the Deputy Chair of this committee.
Cameron Caldwell, Federal Member for Fadden at the northern end of the Gold Coast.
And we also have Kathleen McGarry with us, who's our Committee Secretary. On that note, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So thank you for your submission to the inquiry. I'll invite you in a moment to make a short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes, because we want to be able to have a discussion, a bit of a Q&A and a opening discussion. But can I just say that the committee is looking, the inquiry we're conducting is looking into skilled migration, how perhaps skilled migration can work better, what the needs are, how we can better it, and our job is to come up with recommendations from the evidence that we gather from people like yourself, to come up with recommendations for the Minister to present to the Minister. So that's the role of the committee. I thought I'd give you a bit of a background. But as I said, thank you for coming in today, and I'll hand over to you for an opening statement, and then we'll have a bit of a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a submission to this important inquiry and for the invitation to give evidence. My name is Jo Nelson. I'm the CEO of Multicultural Australia, and with me today, Jason Olsen-Stito and Cal Iyer from Multicultural Australia. Multicultural Australia is a multicultural for-purpose organisation. We are also a settlement provider. We have strong, connected physical presence across Queensland. Our clients and community are at the heart of everything that we do, and we are passionate about providing care and services in person-centred and compassionate ways. We also play our part in influencing the multicultural landscape across Australia. We achieve our commitment to create welcome, inclusion and belonging for all through client service delivery, community development, advocacy, building cultural capability and hosting community events where we work with people, community, business and government. We're proud of the difference that we make, and we are committed to delivering real impact. Multicultural Australia welcomes the opportunity to appear at this hearing to again highlight the vital contribution that migration and migrants bring to Australia's economy and to local communities, and to note that the critical importance of building better public awareness and understanding about the important role of migration, including skilled migration in Australia. Multicultural Australia's work is about migration. Every day, we work with individuals and communities who have arrived in Australia through migration. Every day, we see the opportunity and the potential each individual and migrant community brings to their local communities and to Australia as a whole. We noted in our submission that the emergence of some voices and some discontent around perceived mass migration into Australia is having a direct impact on the safety, well-being and ongoing settlement success of migrant communities across Australia. This represents an urgent need for us to discuss the role, scope and impact of migration, including skilled migration, into Australia. This need has become even more urgent as we appear before you today. Multicultural Australia's work is about migration. We believe that an outright program of welcome and support at the initial settlement phase goes a long way to create successful migrants and citizens. Our submission responded to the key terms of reference, including the ongoing economic, social and cultural value of skilled migration in Australia, the scope to more effectively target skill gaps and shortages in critical sectors to improve services that benefit Australian communities, and strategies to enhance public awareness and understanding of the role of skilled migration in Australia. In response to effective targeting of skill gaps and shortages in critical sectors of the community, we suggested prioritising a long-term view of migration and the composition of Australia's permanent migration intake across the different streams of skilled, family and humanitarian migration. The skilled visa stream is the significant proportion of the permanent migration program, prioritising migrants with requisite skills to meet the needs of the Australian economy. This is critical to ensure that migration provides opportunities to address identified skilled shortages in our economy and support the realisation of Australia's long-term national interests. But we also note that the other streams, including the humanitarian stream, are equally important in their ability to contribute to Australia's skills and talent needs. Multicultural Australia strongly supports a process to reform and update the recognition of migrant skills, experiences and talent. This will ensure the relevant skills and talents that people already hold are harnessed to benefit Australia. All migrants that we work with are eager to work, contribute and share their skills and experiences in their new country. Through our work supporting newly arrived humanitarian entrants and migrants, we also note the significant barriers and challenges to the recognition of their skills and experiences and their capacity to contribute to the Australian economy. Our experience suggests a dedicated program of workplace support, addressing placement barriers, work experience and post-placement supports would help migrants contribute to their local economy and communities. With respect to enhancing public awareness and understanding of the role of skilled migration in Australia, we noted that Australia's migration policy sends important messages about social cohesion. Our migration program should prioritise the well-being of members of the Australian community, including migrants, understanding that well-being is a nuanced concept with economic, social and environmental dimensions. We noted that most migrants, other than humanitarian arrivals, are currently afforded very limited support following arrival in Australia and that they could benefit from greater access to support services. We believe there is merit in considering a suite of settlement support for migrants across different visa streams because we know that good settlement support ultimately results in significant cost savings across other systems. People who are assisted to make connections and to acculturate in Australia are less likely to be socially isolated and more likely to obtain employment. Jason, Cal and I would be very happy to take any questions on this statement and on our submission to the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll kick off with a couple of questions, then I'll hand over to my colleagues. I'll kick off with one that I ended with the previous witness who appeared for us, and that is, do you think Australia, from your experience and what you see, do you think Australia has the balance right between the permanent and temporary migration, temporary skilled migrants in addressing the skill shortages? So in terms of, we have temporary skilled migration and we've got permanent migrants as well. Have we got that balance right, or is it too complicated and too messy? And
I think it's something that needs to be under constant review. I think that to set a path and to say that this form of these areas are going to be ongoing and permanent. These are temporary or transitory. Yeah. I think you need to iron out the bumps and be forecasting the needs way into the 10s and 15 years from now, so that we make better arrangements and plans. I think that it just gives us that better balance.
thank you. And unless anyone else wants to add to that? No.
I think it's also the lack of clarity around the whole system, the temporary and the permanent migration. This is purely based on what community members might tell us, that I'm not clear about visa entitlements, I'm not clear about... there's a lot of uncertainty around what's available or what's possible.
Thank you. And my other question before I hand over is, I see in your submission you're supporting a reframing of Australia's migration program to reduce, I suppose, the alienation between skilled migrants and humanitarian entrants. Can you expand on this idea and what it could look like in practice?
I think one of the challenges is that we have, I think the numbers have changed, but up until now, 20,000 entrants a year under the humanitarian settlement program, and a good percentage of those are people who actually have skills. And for whatever reason, those processes of recognition, etc., aren't prioritised, and so we have a range of people who are very skilled doing unskilled work. And so I think what we're talking about is to consider that those entrants as a full range of entrants. So if you look at those first, you go, what are the balance then that we require? And that means that those people are actually using their skills. We're not having to invest in those skills, or we just do a top-up piece, so the investment is far less.
And likewise for family streams, where maybe a skilled migrant may have a partner who's equally skilled or ready to work, or maybe job ready, or with a little bit of assistance who would be able to, and mostly willing to contribute.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to touch on or continue the discussion on the underutilisation of migrants in relation to skills. Do you have any data, or do you know what proportion of skilled migrants are working in jobs that match their qualifications?
We don't have data ourselves, but we rely on the work through CEDA or from SSI, another settlement, who are leading, who have done that work and who have quantified the loss to Australia in terms of productivity skills.
And so that was the 23% of migrants working in a job below their
Yes.
skilled level.
Yes.
And can I ask you what the main reason is that skilled migrants can't find work in their field?
Range of reasons. One of the things that's identified, which occurs very clearly with our own practice experience, even though we work predominantly with humanitarian entrants, is that lack of local connections. So more often than not, migrants are selected for their skills, but what stops them from getting that entry position is actually that they don't have the local work experience or a local connector by way of a network or somebody who can recommend them into that job. So a fair proportion of our work through our employment team is building that support network for humanitarian entrants, where either through mentoring or through volunteering, they are building up that workforce experience, local experience in Australia. So there have been examples where people have they presumed that, rightly or wrongly, that maybe our skills, the existing skills I had from prior to arrival in Australia, did not match local skills, so they went on to acquire local skills. But they were actually advised it's not your degree or your skill that will matter, it's the fact that you don't have a local work experience. So that's been, I think, one of the main reasons. And then other things maybe could be probably confidence around language acquisition, that could be another reason, or then the skills acquisition or the recognition and the accreditation process itself.
So with humanitarian visas, I mean, they're a very small part of our broader migration program. But in relation to our general sort of skilled visas, do you think that there's work that needs to be done in, I guess, prior to the application process or during the application process, either strengthening English skills, language, or finding out how we can actually tell these people this is the process of what you do to get a job in Australia? Because it sounds like there is a piece missing about the confidence in English. If that's not addressed prior to, we're doing a disservice to those people after they come to Australia if they're unable to walk into a job.
You go first.
There is two ways. So people are, I think it's often they may have the language, probably it's the workplace immersion that really helps build up that confidence. So it's just getting that entry in, because often there is a presumption on part of employers that probably somebody does not have that skill or that confidence, or that they may need to invest in an additional piece of work to bring them up to speed in the local workplace. And that's some of the work we can speak to, the kind of support work we work with employers in terms of preparing them for.
Yeah, I think we ask the migrant to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Moving's hard, moving countries is harder, and then forging a new life is the hardest. And so to have to do all of those things at the same time is really challenging. And we ask them to go into organisations and then do all the heavy lifting to fit in. And so for us, a lot of the work we do, and you will see in the submission, the piece around work and welcome that we've done, we think that it's important for organisations to have some capability to be able to support those migrants, fit in, be part of and feel part of the organisations that they work in, from a stickability perspective and from a skills perspective as well, understanding before someone brings in someone in on a sponsored visa, to make sure that they know what, that there's an equal understanding of what is required as part of that process.
So you think a lot of that groundwork needs to happen prior to?
I think organisations should be asked and compelled to provide an understanding of how they will support somebody coming in on a visa. Because like we see with international students, where the universities are very happy to, do all the marketing and get them in, and when they get here, the stickability isn't there because they're not supported. We provide some support for international students on the Gold Coast, and it's successful because students feel like they can't go to the organisation or the university that they're doing their course with, because they might get asked to leave or what have you. So there's probably a little bit of independence there required also.
Yeah. Mr. Coleman. Thank you. Thanks for your time today. Just in relation to your settlement services, what's the feedback you're getting on sort of the front lines of those staff dealing with the settlement of migrants, particularly around housing? Has there been any feedback around that?
extensive. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, we're in a very difficult situation at the moment, like everyone else is in the housing crisis we've got here in Queensland and more nationally. So, I mean, we have very specific processes that we use around when our new clients arrive and how we support them through head leasing into accommodation, because they don't have any rental history. So we support for that first 6 months while they learn to live in a rental property in Australia and what's expected from that. So we're very hands-on in that space, which we find is then leads to more successful outcomes as they then transition the leases into their own names.
And just to back up what we've said around that importance of providing support, that wraparound support at different levels, depending on the level of sophistication. We provide life skills training for those who may not have experience in these kinds of settings, how to be a good tenant, how to fulfil their role as the tenant and make sure that the property's managed well and their rent's paid and all of those sorts of things. So we don't just plonk people in. It's not a very responsible way to do it. So we like to make sure it's sustainable, because those relationships that we have with the various landlords and also with the real estate agents that we're able to negotiate with, they're dependent on us having good tenants in there.
Just in terms of sort of how these people feel when they're settling in Australia, I mean, the housing piece in particular, do you think we're kind of keeping our promise to them about what we sold them when they came to the country, about how easy or perhaps more difficult this is actually turning out to be?
I think it depends almost on what cohort it is. So, for example, when we had the fall of Kabul and we had people coming in from Afghanistan, I think it's fair to say that they were sold a bigger dream than what they saw when they got here. And a lot of those people who came into Australia were intelligentsia, and they were bureaucrats, and they were high-performing people, and probably told that they'd have really good accommodation. And of course, that wasn't necessarily the case. It was in some. But then you'll have those who come from sustained intergenerational, refugee camp scenarios, to which it's just way more than they thought it would be. So you get that range.
Yeah, okay. I'm also, and I know we've touched on this already, but just that sort of, having migrants working to their fullest capacity, I mean, what would be the number one thing we could do to try and actually unlock the full economic impact of any one individual, or like how would we go about doing that that's different to what we see today?
Do you want to go first?
You can name more than one if you want. Don't be limited to one. But
So for me, it would be, because migrants come with such diverse skills. For humanitarian migrants, many are professional, or many of them are probably starting with their first job in Australia. So the support it's wrapped around in the sense that it's almost a career development progression where you understand what the skills, capabilities, interests are, and then supporting them through it. And also the two-way process where we work with employers of that relevant industries, where we actually support them. It doesn't mean that we're placing people in those directly, but we're actually working with the individual into that job, and also the employers in terms of how they might best support. It's the post-workplace support placement. So there's a skills qualification piece that is critical, that needs to happen, because that's the holding piece. The central piece is building the local work experience, and there needs to be a significant investment. Our examples are around local mentors who can come in and support the migrant workers, or a workplace scheme for 12 weeks of paid labour where they acquire their first job experience in Australia, and they can proudly put that on their resumes to say, yes, I do have local qualifications. So that's the central piece. Then the following piece as a stage process is where you get the post-placement support, that you are in your workplace. It doesn't have to be intensive. It's light touch check-in, that you're going well, that the employer also is supported, because there may be some workplace changes or requirements. It is a two-way process for us. I think that has worked really well with the employers who are willing to engage with us. Like, we work with the Motor Trades Association of Queensland. They came to us themselves, and they wanted that cultural capability, almost an uplift. We want that migrant and a diverse workforce, so how might we work with that? We work with the the Job Active providers, the Workforce Australia, providers, working with them or their clientele in terms of how does the employment system work in Australia, supporting so that they are better able to support their clients.
I think the other thing to add is that often, the requirement or the need to bring in those with migrants with skills is a business piece, and they just need to fill the skill, they need to fill the capability, etc. But I think in a lot of the instances that, in a lot of the experiences we've had with employers is this quickly changes. And what gets reported to us is that there's a really different level of productivity, there's a really different level of loyalty, and there's a really interesting innovation that comes about from people who think differently because they come from different experiences. We have one organisation that we're fairly close to who has staff, and he said it's quite weird. I have to tell them to stay home when they're sick, and they don't want to stay home. They come, they don't tell the boss because he'll send us home. It's a very different attitude to what we might be used to in our Australian experience, and that is such an amazing thing. excuse me, for this organisation, because they now have this issue of not having to worry about attrition. And loyalty is the other one as well. People are grateful. So they come in, they get this opportunity, and provided they're given the right support and opportunity, they'll stay. They'll try and stay within the organisation because they feel like they're here because of that opportunity.
Thank you.
In your submission, you sort of assert that there's a declining support for Multicultural Australia, this obviously would have an impact on migrants, but also, do you think it would have an impact in a competitive global market, especially at the high-end skills? What sort of impact would it have on attracting some very high-skilled people that perhaps would look at other options because of this decline? And is it really a decline, or is it just a small segment that's being very loud in your work, I suppose, across the whole sector of multiculturalism and migrants, etc.?
I think in our experience, what we're seeing is that, when we talk to families who have skilled family members who are overseas, there is this potential and there is this rising argument that perhaps we won't come and be with our family. Perhaps we'll actually go to another country. And further, we actually have this experience where some of the people who we feel have successfully, found their way in Australia feel unwelcome and actually feel like they should take their skills elsewhere, and maybe Australia isn't the place for them. I think in the war for talent, it's a very small world. People are out there, they're online, they're looking at where is the best place to go. I'm sure, Claude and ChatGPT are helping people make those decisions, but when we see the the political shifts that we're seeing, I think there's no doubt that this creates at least cause for second thought around whether this is the place for them, the need notwithstanding.
Yeah. And
Thank you.
that has been articulated clear very recently by some community leaders just last week, who said that it's a twofold piece that they are witnessing. Not only they are long-standing migrants they've been here in Australia for a significant length of time. They feel that their contributions are being undervalued in this whole conversation. But secondly, it's that piece where Jason mentioned that if I have family members that I am thinking, do I encourage them to think about settling in Australia? And also some leaders think, actually some of my members think it's probably time to head back home, or do I really belong here? It's that question mark over there.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more from each committee member.
Sure. Just following on from the last question, how important is public confidence in our migration system to building a community that embraces migrants? And do you accept that we sometimes need to engage in these discussions to address community concerns, whether it's the discussion about housing, about infrastructure, about social cohesion? Do you accept that sometimes we do need to engage in those discussions in order to have that community buy-in?
I think if we hide the conversations, it looks like there's something to hide.
Yeah.
I think we need sunlight, and I think that it allows for a proper conversation to be had. We have a community leaders group, and a conversation was had around migration a little while ago, And one of the leaders came up to me and said, "I'm happy for the migration to stop." And I went, "Oh, that's a very interesting position. Why is that?" And he said, "Because every time these conversations happen, we get relitigated, and it's unbearable to have to go through this every time there's a conversation around this, which isn't an open conversation around how do we progress. It's a conversation around how do you pigeonhole and how do you isolate and marginalise and make people feel unwelcome." So there's very much a need to have that conversation. It needs to be intentional. It needs to be with the goal of inclusion and the goal of making everyone understand their role in this, which I was talking about before, where migration isn't just the role of the person to fit in, but it's us to make those migrants feel welcome as well.
And it's that two-way process where community members also tell us, in fact, they say very clearly, whatever is the decision on any migration decision, whether it's a go slow or whatever on visas, as long as it's communicated, it's welcome. We can then plan our lives, because that is also, a lot of life decisions are based around that. So that's that clarity they seek. And that's been our position as well for our submissions. We've always said we're really open. If there's a community conversation to be had with the community, we would be happy to support. And community leaders that we work with are quite active and really keen on being part of these conversations. And they welcome that open conversation.
Mr. Corporal.
Thank you. Do you think, so with that cohort of newer Australians, but the ones that have been here for a little bit longer, sort of have grown to have an appreciation of the fact that if the housing was plentiful and the infrastructure was plentiful, we wouldn't be looking at sort of those levers needing to be pulled? Do you think they accept that, like, baseline now that they've been here for a while? They're like, well, hang on, I can see the legitimacy in that conversation, and maybe it is part of the solution until we can deliver more housing and infrastructure, that we just maybe tie those together or something.
I think there's an absolute understanding that that with housing limits and with other challenges, that these are all part of the considerations around how people might come into the country. Obviously, sometimes that's juxtaposed with their wanting to bring family members in, and so sometimes those things intersect. But I think there's definitely I think people don't necessarily consider the reasonableness to which migrants and those in second and third migrant generations do understand the challenge and their role in it. Yeah. And we often see, because of that, families living together, so not just nuclear families but extended families, and in a lot of instances that we see, families will come and stay with other families, and so they might build a house together. And that's how they start to build intergenerational wealth for themselves, is because they have the ability for all of them to live in one spot at one time, pay down the house, use the capital, etc. So there's something possibly in that too to encourage that ability to invest as a group.
Also the willingness to contribute when there is that time of need, for example, after the fall of Kabul. So the community will step up, that we'll make rooms available, or we'll support this through this when there's an extraordinary crisis or a significant need. So to Jason's point, that it's not just community, it's actually willingness to open it much broader and share. Like a motel rooms, etc., made available when there is significant need. So that's something in our experience where community has really stepped up to support when there is need.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just say thank you for coming today. If you've been asked to provide any further additional information, please send it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 2nd of October 2026. Thank you for appearing. If there's anything else you want to feed through, feel free to do so. And if there's anything else that we perhaps may wish to ask you, we may get in touch with you again. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to any transcription errors that you may think have been made. And on that note, thank you for appearing before the committee. The committee will now recess and reconvene at 12 p.m. Thank you. Welcome Ms Fraser from the Multicultural Professional Network to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Nora Fraser, as the CEO of the Multicultural Professional Network.
Thank you. I'm Steve Georgianis, the Chair, Federal Member for Adelaide from South Australia, and I'll allow my other colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Leon Rebello, the Federal Member for McPherson on the Southern Gold Coast and Deputy Chair of this committee.
Cameron Caldwell, I'm the member for Fadden at the northern end of the Gold Coast.
And we also have with us Kathleen McGarry, who's our committee secretariat. Now, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So thank you very much for your submission to the inquiry. The inquiry, currently the Migration Committee, Joint Standing Committee, is looking into skilled migration, the skills that Australia needs, how we're going in terms of filling those skilled roles. Can we do it better? Are there things that are working, things that aren't working? Our job or our task is to come up with recommendations at the end of this inquiry that will be then presented to the Minister of the Federal Government for their information. So our job is to come up with the best possible recommendations that we can. So thank you very much for appearing before us. We'll just have a very open-ended discussion, Q&A. And on that note, I ask you to invite you to make a very short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll open up for a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to speak today. The Multicultural Professional Network is a verified social enterprise. We are focused on a simple but critical national imperative, ensuring Australia unlocks the full potential of global talent. Our submission draws on a national survey of professionals across Australia, including representation from regional areas such as Tasmania and, of course, Queensland. I invite the committee to look past the policy spreadsheets for a moment and imagine a world entirely without immigration. If we did that, much of our public debate would lose one of its most frequently used political talking points. For decades, it's been convenient to focus on who we keep out of the country. As a result, public discourse often becomes trapped in exclusion rather than optimization. But the demographic reality is unavoidable. Globally and domestically, fertility rates are in free fall. Australia's rate sits at historic lows. We celebrate global potential on inclusive stages like the Olympics about to start in Brisbane. Yet most of the extraordinary diverse professionals who are powering Australia's critical industries will not be here if isolationist rhetoric had dictated what our borders look like. Strip away the political noise and look strictly at the macroeconomics. A nation without immigration is a nation in long-term economic contraction. The paradox here is that we are simultaneously wasting the talent that we already attract. Our findings show that current systems fail to match in-country talent with critical skill shortages. A clear majority of the professionals that we surveyed reported being underemployed, including qualified engineers. Furthermore, most respondents reported that AI-driven recruitment systems filter them out before human review. Highly qualified professionals are hitting systemic barriers. We routinely see doctorate holders, engineers locked out of their industries, an AI-driven recruitment sector increasingly using bias selection algorithms that filter out diverse applicants before a human even sees their name. Corporate workplaces, particularly in professional, scientific, and technical services, often rely on superficial compliance-based inclusion rather than genuine workplace equity. When professional pathways are blocked by systemic glass ceilings, these talented individuals are forced into self-employment and entrepreneurship simply to survive economically. This is not a partisan issue. Every side of politics benefits from an Australia that fully utilizes the talents already living here. A national framework of zero wasted potential requires dynamic migration targets tied to an AI-resilient workforce strategy, fast-track affordable credential recognition supported by structured bridging programs, genuine regional incentives that create long-term career pathways, leveraging the social enterprise sectors and community organizations, which our data shows are central to successful integration. Our national survey reveals a double failure. We are locking existing PhD holders into survival jobs while simultaneously bringing in technical talent that AI will make obsolete within 5 to 10 years. The rise of AI requires us to rethink what exactly does skilled migration actually mean. As artificial intelligence automates routine technical tasks, our economy will increasingly rely on human-centered skills such as empathy, leadership, complex decision-making, and care. Skilled migration is going to be vital to filling those roles, especially in healthcare, aged care, and regional middle management. Job and Skills Australia's modelling shows that most human-centered roles are at low risk for automation, while many routine technical roles face high exposure over the next decade. If a job can be fully automated by AI in the next 10 years, it should not dominate our skills intake list today. Even if we assume AI entirely automates the need for new labour supply by the mid-2030s, Australia still faces an acute demographic and operational crisis over the next decade. AI can certainly draft an insurance policy, it can design a factory blueprint today, but it cannot lay the structural track for our renewable energy transitions or staff our regional clinical wards this year. The urgency is that Australia is currently running its migration program without sufficient regard to this timeline. We're bringing in large volumes of technical talent that AI may replace within 5 years, while starving the human-centered sectors that AI cannot touch. It's not about stopping immigration later, it's about fixing the broken pipeline now so Australia can survive the decade-long transition without economic collapse. We're recommending a simple two-part pivot. First, automate the routine by deprioritizing intake for high-risk technical roles. Second, elevate the human by fast-tracking talent in high empathy, high strategy sectors AI cannot automate. Attracting world-class talent is only step one. Step two is ensuring an inclusive system where that talent can actually thrive, belong, and contribute equitably from day one. Australia does not need a butter tap that we turn on and off. We need a zero-wasted potential talent strategy that secures our economic future. Australia has the talent, the institutions, and the capacity to fix this. What we need now is alignment and urgency. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion. I look forward to taking your questions in how this framework operates in practice.
Thank you very much for your submission, both written and verbal. I'll kick off with a very quick couple of questions, then I'll hand over to my colleagues. My first question is, in your submission, you mentioned that public awareness of skilled migration is fairly poor in Australia, and I'd like to just find out what you think what can be done about it in terms of increasing the public's awareness of the role that migrants play in skilled migration, and how do we get the Australian public's understanding of what it means for us?
Yeah, a lot of when we talk to our respondents on the survey, a lot of what's out there in the public never seems to link skilled migration to the economy and how vital it is for our economic survival. Like, lots of countries do have skilled immigration, the UK, Sweden, every single country does, but it's always framed to the public as a group of people coming in to drain the resources of Australia. That's the perception. So there's a couple of things we can do. I think once we start linking economy of Australia, why it's needed, critical skills, and that's the kind of messaging that's out in the public, I think people might have a completely different view of what it is.
Can I ask who would be responsible for that role? Governments, industries, mixture of everyone?
I think everyone is a mixture, yeah. The media in particular are very good at putting out, and they have a lot of perception in what you see on TV and what you hear, and government can put out messages. We do a lot in terms of the community groups ourselves, but there's only so much we can do when you've got a larger kind of entity saying, oh, they're here, they're taking our jobs, they're taking our houses. But we're saying actually we're here because we're filling critical roles and skills that Australia needs. So it's like two different conflicting messages that's out there.
Thank you. And my other question before I hand over to my colleagues, you also recommend, and you spoke a little bit about it, targeting leadership and mentoring of professional development to support a lot of those skilled migrants. How do you think that could be implemented in the Australian workforce as a whole across the board in terms for migrant skilled workers or migrant workers?
What we found actually works is when you've got very tailored, whether that's a social enterprise or a tailored community group, that's actually supporting professionals who are newly arrived into Australia. Because they change the story from, I'm in Australia for a job, for a short term. It then changes it to a story actually from day one. We're thinking about how can you build a life in Australia? How can you be here? How can we integrate you into the economy? How can we think about what you want to achieve in terms of your career pathways? And one of the people we heard from was, I think it was Tasmania, one of the organisations. They do that very well, and they said it really, really worked. It helped them integrate into Australia. Once you feel a sense of belonging, which is kind of what we're talking about, it's very different from I'm just here in a country because I've got a job. And that's where those groups come in to really do a lot of that work to support the workplace as well. What some of the workplaces do are things like the employee resource groups or belonging groups, sometimes some of these organizations call it. They do help when people are actually in the workforce. But from our survey, what we're hearing is, well, some of that, they're doing it because they have to, as opposed to we genuinely want to actually integrate people into the workforce because they newly arrived into Australia.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. You made a comment about zero wasted potential in your opening statement, and that continues along the line of what we've been talking about earlier today in relation to the underutilisation of migrants at the moment in Australia. So I have a few questions just in that train. Firstly, do you think that an occupation should remain on a shortage list when many qualified people already in Australia, including new Australians, can't find work in that field?
That's exactly what we're saying shouldn't be happening. So we're saying you've got the talent, actually, they're right here, but what's happening is they're actually taking survivor jobs. So Uber riding was one of the examples we got in our consultations that we did. But we're not thinking about how do we upskill domestic talent that is here and match this talent that's actually in country with what we actually need on the skills occupation list.
So you'd answer that question by saying no, that shouldn't be occurring.
Correct, yeah.
And then just in a similar vein, do you think that there's an opportunity for employers to, or for the obligation to be put on employers to report whether sponsored migrants are actually working in their nominated occupation as a way for government to understand the depth of underutilisation?
I can talk to my experience. I feel like it will be very hard for somebody to be on an employee-sponsored visa and not be working on the occupation. It's very strict and almost impossible not to. If you wanted to do something else, you would have to get a skills assessment done, find a new employer to sponsor you. I think it's hard. I think that reporting already happens between the department and an employer, where an employee changes skills or where they actually are not working in their occupation. I'm sure it has to be reported.
Right, but if it doesn't, you don't see there being, you think it could be a good idea to have that so that we could actually, either if it's not actually happening, where it's difficult for employees to work outside their field, then we get some clarity around that? Would you agree that that's...
I agree, yes.
And then just generally as well, just again going towards the underutilisation, should post-study work rights be linked more closely to our areas of national skills shortage? So where we do have a particular need, whether it's for construction workers or for, healthcare professionals, that once you have studied or completed study in Australia, your work rights are linked closely to that.
That's exactly what we're saying. You have to link skilled migration to the critical skills that you need. It can't be anything else. Because then what you're doing is, what then happens is somebody just randomly has a visa and is like, I'm just going to drive an Uber. But that's not why we need you. We need you to fill the critical roles in the critical sectors and industries that we need in Australia.
And with those critical industries and sectors, what fields of study do you think produce the graduates that Australia most needs to hold on to?
What we did, we didn't do an exhaustive list. I'll tell you what we did at the moment. So we looked at things like, what are the documented workforce shortages, places like healthcare, aged care, social services, education, and regional leadership. We looked at an aging population, which likely would increase that demand for care, counselling, and frontline facility management. And then we looked at the JSA's automation exposure scores as well, which talks about human centres, operational complex roles are going to be the list of automobile in the economy. We didn't look at the extensive, the whole list. So that's what we did. We almost created a scenario of, if you had to do critical roles, what would they be right now? And then we modeled that in one of our, I think it's in our submission, we modeled what that may look like.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr Caldwell.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time today, Ms Fraser. Does your organisation deal predominantly with professionals? Is that like as in professional level services?
Correct.
Is that right? How are you finding sort of the discussions you're having with people early on in their entry to Australia around how they're finding housing? Is it available enough for them, or is that becoming a barrier to entry to Australia?
We've not had anything in terms of barriers or housing. Nothing.
And so, do you think that the housing market is meeting that upper end of professional services when they arrive in Australia? They can meet the rental costs that are being imposed, or they're able to sort of find housing?
I've not heard anything from our professionals around that, so I'm making a calculated guess to say probably not an issue. It's not been raised at all.
Okay. And what would be sort of, salary point of some of these types of professional services that are coming in that you're aware of?
So I know there is a threshold, I'm sure, for the core skills pathways. I can't think of what that is right now, but I know it's actually at the higher end. I know you certainly can't bring somebody in to say I'm going to pay them $20,000 a year. There's a cap that it has to be to come into an occupation. So most of them would probably be in that cap, and again, our professionals would likely be people in management professionals.
Yeah.
So, they would be in the higher earning range.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything that you can see would be sort of an immediate fix to the way the systems are currently working that you'd like to share with the committee?
You mean the wider skilled migration?
Yeah, predominantly, yeah. I mean, sort of what keeps you awake at night when you're thinking, oh, geez, I'd love to improve this system, and if only I could talk to someone in Parliament about this, what would that be?
I think the biggest thing that came out of our survey was the inclusion. So feeling included in the economy, feeling part of it, feeling a sense of belonging within Australia, having equity in the workplace, to feel if I'm in a workplace and I'm newly arrived in Australia, I certainly would have equitable roles. That's we're finding is a big barrier for a lot of the professionals. So they might stay in the same role for a very long time, even though they've upskilled and done something else. We're finding that as a barrier. The second thing that we actually are seeing is what I kind of raised earlier, is the prioritization of talent that's already here. Because some of them are highly qualified, and some of the people that we spoke to, they're in professions like engineering, and they're meeting things like administrative delays, almost a year in terms of skills recognition. So during that gap, what's happening is they're taking on any job to survive happens, as opposed to, is there a way we could actually have a pathway that maybe like a bridging sort of program where, we're doing their skills in Australia at the same time, so they're not into the survival jobs at the same time.
And so you sort of think that, would it be the case that based on the current, that upper professional level that you're referring to, do you think that if we were to sort of change the skilled migration mix to push more into that higher category, that would actually be quite an attractive proposition still to retain even more of a skilled set of migrants to Australia?
I think not necessarily. We're finding that not less about the money. What we're finding is that the biggest thing is that sense of belonging that people are finding. And I know there's a regional pathways where you can live in a region for maybe about 3 years, and that gives you a pathway. Sometimes people go to the regions and they're just there for the visa. They're not really, and that demotivates them. And then they're thinking, how do I move to a capital city in the next 3 years? So there's nothing that actually motivates them to stay in the regions. So that sense of belonging is really huge in terms of people wanting to stay, even though they initially maybe come in on a temporary visa, to fill skills shortages as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
In terms of migrants and migrant programs, and you spoke a bit about it, can you sort of elaborate a bit more which way they're meeting organisational needs here in Australia, or not meeting those needs, and what needs to be done? And
I think a lot of that work is sitting in the community. So the community organizations are picking those up, social enterprises that deal with, probably use ourselves as an example, because we saw the gap and thought we need people to integrate people into Australia and really think about some of the things that they might not have in terms of opportunities in the workplace, give them a sense of belonging, really talk to them about career pathways. So that's the gap that's missing. And where we can, we kind of don't try to replicate what's already there. Sometimes some things are already there, but they just don't know it's there. A good example is self-employment, and I know the Department of Workplace Relations does a really good program, but a lot of people wouldn't even know that exists. So working with them and actually saying that exists, if you're thinking about setting up a business, and pointing them in the right direction, where governments is doing mentoring programs, pointing people in the right direction. Most of it is kind of information and people not having that information and that support to say, what's the pathway, really sitting with them to thinking about what's your skills profile, what do you want to do, what do you think about long-term in Australia, what do you want to do within Australia as well. So that's some of the work that we are undertaking independently to fill some of that gap as well.
And in terms of your organisation being the professional network for multicultural issues in terms of professional people, in terms of the cutting-edge, high-technology positions that we're trying to fill, where you're getting the top of the cream, I suppose, of people coming over to fill certain roles, in terms of our strategy of navigating the visa system, how detrimental do you think that is in terms of being a global market where other countries are competing for this talent as well? Do you think we are missing out on talent here in Australia because of the difficulties of navigating a visa and also the benefits of actually getting more professional people here to Australia for the economy, for research, for a whole range of other things?
I would say so. That's come up before in terms of what we've heard, that the visa pathways are very difficult for some people. And it takes a long time. And I think some of it's been the 482, where you had to be one occupation. I know that's changed to you can actually switch occupations now without being tied to an employer, because I know we had a lot of people give us some feedback about that. So anything that could make the visa process easier, but mainly what we're hearing is a visa process that would actually give you a pathway to citizenship is what most people are wanting, because they're thinking, if I'm going to go there to work, I would rather have something that's a bit long-term, which is where the other countries are competing, are doing things like, come to this country and you can have citizenship as well in a faster time than, for example, Australia would enable.
So in comparison with other countries?
Yes, yeah.
So in other words, when we're competing on a global market for like-minded countries where people want to go to, like, for example, Canada, Europe, US, where would we be on that scale in terms of being competitive to attract?
I would say pretty similar, but I think when I look at Europe, it's definitely not as competitive.
Not as complex as us.
But very similar to that kind of US and very similar to the UK.
So we could be missing out perhaps to Europe.
Yes.
But pretty comparable with the other two. Thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Chair.
Just one more question. Just in relation to international graduates often needing a temporary graduate visa before they can qualify for a skilled visa, do you think that there is, well, firstly, why is that the case? But secondly, do you think there's a case to streamline that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So international graduates often need a temporary graduate visa before they can qualify for a skilled visa. Do you think there's a case to streamline that process?
I think so. So you're referring to like 485 visa, I think, where someone's finished their studies, they then go on a postgraduate visa, which is the 485, and then for them to get sponsored, they got to be on the 485 for a number of years. I agree with you. I've never really seen the point of that, and I give an example where we've had somebody who was working for us as a graduate, And we're thinking they've been doing that job, for example, as an architect for the 2 to 3 years that they've been studying. They finish, we're happy to give them a contract right now. And then we can't because apparently they couldn't count the student time. They were actually on that visa. Then they had to go into 45, then we got to sponsor them. It just took forever. So I think, yeah, there's definitely a case there to streamline that visa.
And your network is it more focused on sort of tertiary education, university sector professionals, or is it also, what's the balance between that and, say, for example, trades?
We're purely professionals, like skilled professionals in skilled roles in management positions, but across all of different industries. Like we have people healthcare, people who work for NGOs, government, professional services, corporate sectors actually are predominant.
So it is, yeah. Okay, all right. I think that's all from me.
Mr. Corbell, you find one final one from me, and you've touched on it again. You recommend focusing on occupations, and it goes on a bit more from what I said previously about attracting cutting-edge professionals to Australia. And you speak about the automation and AI to recommend focusing on those occupations to bring more or bring professionals out in that area, because obviously it would complement our economy, it would support research and a whole range of other things. Can you elaborate a bit more on that and why it's important to attract people, not just in the AI, but also in those other cutting-edge, high-tech jobs?
Yeah, sure.
Importance to the economy.
Yeah. So I think, I'm just going to have a quick look here. Just bear with me 1 second. So what we looked at is there's a direct GSA.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. There's a direct GSA generative AI capacity study. There's also the Federal AI and Employment in Australia report that was recently released. So what the GSA framework did, it differentiated between what's automated exposure, what's augmentation exposure. So the data showed us that, for example, your corporate managers would be at a high automation risk on this list. Any human-facing operational manager showed that their profiles are more resilient. So if you're a child care center manager, a construction manager, as an example, scored really low in terms of automated exposure. So what we then did is we thought when you target leadership that's about high empathy in a non-linear environment, like your physical health clinics, your community housing scheme, your regional training facilities, we then worked out if you heavily prioritize kind of economic productivity, how do you align the public goods sectors where shortages are structurally critical? And that should kind of form the basis of where we think these roles will be essential. We then did a model. I don't know if you've got our submission. We did a bit of a model in what we proposed that would look like. We're saying bring in those roles, and we did healthcare as kind of the top role that you would bring in, aged care as kind of the next, and then professionals lower as well in terms of the modeling that we did. So we use all those stats. It's not a fixed number or fixed targets. It can move, but we're just saying if you prioritize those as this is critical to Australia, this is what we need for the economy based on the birth rate, based on the fact that we've got an aging population, this is what we might need if we project in the next couple of years, then that should form kind of almost like the first priority basis of what should be on the skills occupational list and the skills that we're attracting to come into Australia.
Thank you. Any more questions? No. Before I just end this session, you submitted some papers to a zero wasted potential, a national strategy for unlocking Australia's global talent at the beginning. Would you like to table these as evidence for our committee?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So I just need someone to move that we accept the papers from Multicultural Professional Network titled Zero Wasted Potential, a National Strategy for Unlocking Australia's Global Talent as evidence for our inquiry.
Happy to
move that way, Deputy Chair. Thank you. On that note, thank you for coming in today. Really appreciate it. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please send it through to the Secretariat by Friday, 2nd of October 2026, and you will be sent a transcript as well of your evidence. We'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any errors that you may think have made in the transcription. On that note, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
We might just ask Hansard to cut it for a minute, and we'll reconvene in a few minutes. It's only one person. Excellent, thank you. Thank you and welcome. I now welcome Mr. Selvaratnam from the Multicultural Community Centre to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Sure. My name is Brian Selvaratnam, and I'm the CEO of Multicultural Community Centre located in Newmarket.
I'm Steve Georgianis, the chair of the Migration Committee and federal member for the seat of Adelaide in South Australia. I'll allow my colleagues to introduce themselves.
I'm Leon Rebello, the federal member for McPherson on the southern Gold Coast and deputy chair of this committee.
Cameron Caldwell, I'm the member for Fadden at the northern end of the Gold Coast.
And we also have with us Ms Kathleen McGarrick, who's our committee secretariat. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes before we proceed to discussions. Thank you.
Sure. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. As I mentioned, my name is Brian Selvaratnam. I work closely with the culturally and linguistically diverse communities at a grassroots level through community services, employment pathways, as well as training. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and pay respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. Skilled migration is not simply an economic policy, but rather it's a nation building strategy which has contributed to Australia's prosperity, social cohesion, as well as cultural diversity. There is skill shortages across many sectors, in particular health, ICT, engineering, education, and construction. A significant number of positions servicing these needs are currently performed by existing skilled migrants. These are migrant-dependent sectors. The skills demand in these industries is only increasing, considering the aging population and reduction in registered birth. Skills shortage is on an upward trajectory. Skilled migrants fill shortages faster than domestic training can. However, having said that, the development of training has to work in tandem with skilled migration in order for things to work from a long-term perspective. I'll take the remainder of this time just to put forward observations and recommendations based on our experience at a grassroots level. First observation, an experience-weighted assessment of skilled migrants moving forward will be the more effective than a points-based system. I believe this should be employer-driven. From our experience, employer-sponsored arrangements seems to be more effective for skilled migrants in a long-term perspective. A suggestion to put forward to the committee is to be able to create a rigorous assessment of work experience through scenario-based and technical skill set requirements at the early phase of assessment of a candidate. And this can be done together with the employers. In relation to this suggestion, consideration should be given to providing direct PR status for these skilled migrants, as it will encourage experienced overseas migrants to uproot and bring their families over here, and to make that decision easier for them. I understand this has been pretty successful. I don't know the details, but in terms of New Zealand having a Tier 1 straight to residence pathway. In what we do, we come across a large number of highly qualified skilled migrants that are not utilizing their skills, but rather working in other professions. There is a high underemployment of called skilled migrants. The skills and experience exist, but these migrants face challenges such as employers' unfamiliarity with overseas experience, unconscious bias, or discomfort with accents. A suggestion that I'd like to put forward to the committee is facilitating a group of current skilled migrants that are in the country or have been in the country for, say, 5 to 10 years or more, in each respective sectors where skills are needed, so that they can provide employers with guidance and assistance in understanding overseas experience. Skilled migration should not be viewed purely as a mechanism for fulfilling labour shortages, but also as an investment in social capital. We see firsthand many skilled migrants that establish businesses, volunteer in community organisations, and contribute to civic life. I, for one, as an example, I've been in Australia for 28 years. I came as a skilled migrant, and now I'm serving the community in this space. Community concern is often directed at pressures relating to housing, infrastructure, and public services. This is a genuine concern and that should not be dismissed. However, this should not be seen in isolation. It is important to distinguish challenges of population planning and value of skilled migrants themselves. Many of the workers helping staff hospitals, deliver essential services, build homes and infrastructure are skilled migrants. There is a decline in interest in certain jobs from local Australians that are being filled by skilled migrants. We see this clearly in the regional areas, as well as industry-specific areas such as aged care. In many instances, skilled migrants are filling these needs. I've just got a couple more ancillary issues. Currently, the points-tested visas only assess the primary applicant's English proficiency. Partners and adult dependents are not assessed. I think that it would be beneficial to assess this at an initial stage because it could have impact in terms of low workforce participation for the dependents as well as isolation, which could result in different issues such as additional healthcare costs to Australia. Another issue is that skilled migration and settlement policies are often seen in silos. The core community face acute settlement pressures as well, such as rental discrimination, lack of rental history when first moving into the country. So I think there should be consideration made into looking at skilled migration and settlement policy together. I would like to leave the committee with this message. At the grassroots level, we see skilled migrants helping fill workforce shortages, enriching communities, starting businesses, and contributing to Australia's future. The challenge is not whether Australia needs skilled migration, but how we design a system ensuring communities have access to housing, infrastructure, services required for long-term success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. And I might kick off with a couple of questions, and I'll hand over to my colleagues. I'll kick off with one. In your view, how important is it for skilled migrants to obtain nationally recognised skills and qualifications? And, for example, with Certificate 3 level, is that a suitable level for skilled migrants to enter Australia's workforce, in your views?
Well, I think I would answer the question more from a needs basis. So if you just talk about Cert 3 requirements, there is a huge need in certain sectors like childcare and aged care, where they need people with those recognized Australian qualifications to service the needs currently. So if there are not enough local people heading towards that trend, then definitely skilled migrants in that area would be needed in the future.
And in terms of skilled migrants obtaining nationally recognised skills, that's important as quickly as possible? Or,
I think so.
for example, you have someone who comes over who's skilled in another country.
Yep.
Their skills aren't recognised here, but they can do bridging courses, etc.
Yep.
How's that system working, and how can we better that sort of system in recognising those skills?
Yeah, I think that there is definitely a delay in that process. There is a cost involved in that process as well for the individual. However, I think, as I mentioned, I see there's the weightage paid on the academic qualification as compared to the weightage paid on the experience. There is a disjoint there. So the experience that one has had overseas could be very useful in here. But however, it's seen, oh, do you have the qualification? And then the common statement made, and I hear it all the time from our clients, is, oh, you don't have local experience. I seem to differ a bit from in that space, because I think that currently where we are globally, overseas experience actually could be beneficial here in terms of innovation, new ideas, new types, ways of doing things. So, yeah.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. I've got a few questions. You touched on housing infrastructure and services being a genuine concern, but also needing to look at it more holistically. Do you think that when we are looking at our migration system in Australia, that we should be restricting migration at the moment because of those genuine concerns to the skills that we're in absolute need of, and making sure that a larger proportion of our migration base is focused on skilled migration?
Yeah. Well, I think the needs determine what is required. So if the housing issue and affordability of housing is a major issue in Australia at the moment, I understand that. But at the same time, the services that need to be rendered to our population of existing people also needs to go on. So the show needs to go on two fronts. So I think, yes, definitely the migrants that we bring in, that's why I suggested an employer-driven skill set, looking for employer-driven needs more so than points-based system. Yeah.
And then just on the same topic of housing and infrastructure, how often do you experience, through your engagement with migrants, how often do you see housing or infrastructure problems actually affecting or preventing migrants from taking skilled jobs because they can't get a house close by or something like that? Do you see that much?
Maybe in the initial stages of their relocation. But once they're a bit more established in the community, I don't see that issue as much.
And among the international students that your centre specifically assists, what proportion, I don't know if you've got a statistic you're able to provide the committee, but what proportion move into skilled employment after completing their studies?
I don't have a percentage.
Yeah.
I could submit that if you want.
Thank you.
Because most of our clientele that we deal with are from a called background, and they tend to want to do more studies in particular streams or professions. So we do see a move from our clients towards furthering their studies in those fields. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I think it would be useful if you could provide that
Yep.
information to the committee.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of your experience in this sector, which has been quite extensive, are you seeing many migrants who are working below their skill set, or substantially below what their skill set actually is?
Yes, definitely. And also in a different occupation altogether.
Yeah.
Just to get to make ends meet. I've seen many migrants who are qualified in their countries working as cleaners, working as drivers, stuff like that, because they just can't get a job or can't even get an interview. So that's the struggle.
So, sorry, why can't they get an interview? And is it because you feel like there isn't a genuine shortage in that sector, or is there some other reason?
No, I think I don't think there's I think there's a genuine shortage, but I think there's some biases for core community people to get in for interviews.
Right.
And also, I think there's a lack of understanding of what they can provide with their experience that they've had overseas to the current jobs that are at hand.
Okay. Okay. So we've got people who are sort of coming in on the basis that they're filling a shortage, only to then not actually help fulfill that shortage. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a bit of a problem. I'm not sure how much experience you have with regional settlements of migrants. Do you have?
Not too much.
Not too much. Okay. I'm just sort of anecdotally, just in relation to some of our sort of healthcare workers, for example, finding that housing is a barrier to entry when they're first entering the market in particular. Have you had those experiences? And
you're talking about purchasing property? Or?
Well, purchasing or finding rent. You know, like the feedback is generally that the rents are going up quite a lot.
Yep.
And so when migrants are first coming to Australia, they're finding it quite hard to find accommodation that they can afford.
Also, like, there are questions asked like rental history and stuff like that, which they don't have here in Australia.
Yeah.
So they end up, most cases we see, they end up staying with relatives or friends from and then trying to get by till they can get past.
Okay.
So that definitely is an issue.
Yeah, okay. So there's some systemic problems there that are putting a barrier between them arriving and entering housing until they can find they're more established.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Thank you, Chair.
In terms of, just recently from the last question where people are being brought in for the shortages in particular sector, but then diverting off to other sectors, what sort of sectors would you say this is happening in?
We see it quite often in the engineering sector.
So there's a shortage, obviously, of engineers.
Yep. You got a qualified engineer coming in here.
And then they're going into different occupations?
Different industries, totally, just to get a job. So we have had one scenario, sorry.
As engineers or as...
No. So we had one scenario where an experienced engineer came to join our traineeship program. This is someone who has worked maybe 10 to 15 years overseas as an engineer. Came to join our traineeship event management program that ran for 18 weeks.
Okay.
And after that, through our connections in the field, we managed to get her interview and she got a job as an engineer. But before that, for at least 6 to 12 months, she's in the country looking for a job. So those are just an example, but we see many cases like that.
So how would you, that's obviously we're hearing this is happening in lots of sectors.
Yep.
How would you prevent this? Is there a way of preventing it from happening?
So
in terms, I mean, I can understand also the way our system is it's not like North Korea where you demand people, you must work there or you have to live here.
Yep.
So within our system, how would you navigate that to ensure that the people that are coming over, that they are working in the jobs that they're coming over to work in and the shortages that exist? Would you tie it to the visa? Would you?
Yeah. For most of the instances, they're not wanting to change profession just for the sake of changing profession. They want a job in what they're trained in, but they just can't get a job. So it's not that they're coming here to be working as an engineer and then they decide, no, I want to go and do something else. That's not really the case. If they can't get a job, then they're going to looking for something else.
So usually it's when they can't get a job
then
in that sector.
Okay. Or in good cases, they start their own business and then they employ people. So that's a good case. But if they just flip into some other industry, then it defeats the purpose.
If they're starting their own businesses, that's a benefit to the economy.
Exactly.
I think it's not a problem.
So I think one suggestion would be, and I alluded to this, was at the initial phase of granting visas, the employers should be directly involved, and it should be employment. The visa should have some employment link.
Connection to the employment.
Yep.
So therefore, the employer has certainty who is bringing him over.
Yep.
And understood. Deputy Chair.
Nothing further from me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence today and for coming in and for providing us with your submission. If there's anything else that you wish to feed through, or if there's any evidence that we've asked additional information of, please send it to the Secretariat by Friday the 2nd of October 2026. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors if there are any. Once again, thank you very much. The committee will now have recess and reconvene at 2 p.m, or if we can get the other witnesses in a bit earlier, we could start earlier as well.
We'll see what we can do.
So we'll play it by ear, but let's say we reconvene at 1:40, 1:45? 1:45, for the benefit of those listening and hearing us on the online. Thank you. Mr. Redmond from the Archdiocese of Brisbane to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Will Redmond, the Assistant Director of Public Policy for the Archdiocese of Brisbane.
I'm Steve Georgianis. I'm the Chair of the committee and Federal Member for Adelaide in South Australia. I'll allow my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Leon Rebello, the Federal Member for McPherson on the Southern Gold Coast and Deputy Chair of this committee.
Cameron Caldwell, Member for Fadden, Northern End of the Gold Coast.
Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So thank you very much for your submission to the inquiry. Before I invite you to make a very short statement, the inquiry is conducting, the committee is conducting an inquiry on the reference of the Minister for Home Affairs to look into skilled migration, how we source skilled migration, what the issues are, and I believe that your submission will form a good part of our inquiry in terms of informing us of what the issues are. On that note, I ask you to make a very short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed to a open discussion. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The Archdiocese of Brisbane has 83 parishes across South East Queensland, which are served by 121 priests. 28 are here on sponsored visas. That's nearly 1 in 4. They are not an optional supplement to Catholic ministry. They are an integral part of how Catholic ministry continues in Australia today. I'd like to start today with one of them, Father Krupa. Father Krupa came to us from India in 2023 and is now the parish priest in Cleveland on Brisbane's south side. On Sundays, he celebrates 2 parish masses, and then he takes a ferry across to Minjarra, formerly known as Stradbroke Island, where the first Catholic mission to Aboriginal people in Australia was established in 1843. Father Krupa is also the parish priest to that community today. His typical week moves him between celebrating school masses at the Catholic primary and secondary school in the Cleveland area, sees him provide support and ministry to patients at the Redland Hospital and residents of 8 nursing homes. It has him grieving with families as they prepare for funerals of loved ones, and has him celebrate with young couples as they prepare for marriage. Without a skilled migration pathway for a ordained priest, there would be no Father Krupa in Cleveland, and the community would be poor off for it. So why migration? The local vocation pipeline cannot meet the present needs. No new priests were ordained in the Archdiocese this year. While we have 13 men are currently studying at the seminary in Banyo, the path from entry to ordination is about 7 years. Meanwhile, the average age of local priests continue to rise. The committee's terms of reference recognises the economic, social and cultural value of skilled migration. In practice, priority is often driven by the economic contribution. A priest will never move the national productivity figures. If that is the only test, these essential roles will lose by design. The Church also carries the cost. We provide housing, private health cover, transport, full board and a weekly stipend. Priests on temporary visas receive no Medicare and draw on no public benefits. Yet their work they do here leaves generational legacy through baptisms, weddings, funerals and daily pastoral care. Our written submission in January made 6 recommendations centred on reliability, transparency and equity. Since then, Ministerial Direction 119 has made reform even more urgent. The direction places applicants into 5 processing tiers. Minister for Religion is not a named occupation, and an overseas appointed priest is by definition overseas when they are appointed. New appointments therefore fall into the lowest processing tier. We ask that the direction be revoked and proper consultation with affected communities be undertaken. Alternatively, it should be amended to name religious worker occupations for priority offshore processing. This change has compounded 2 existing problems. In 2023, a skilled visa could take about 2 weeks. 3 months is now the fastest that we see, while permanent visa nominations that once took 4 to 7 weeks have now extended beyond a year. Police checks from some countries are valid for only 3 months and expire while the file sits waiting to be processed. Health assessments lapse after 12 months. The Archdiocese of Brisbane has never had an application returned as incomplete, and yet we are now finding ourselves redoing completed work because of this wait. The Archdiocese currently has 7 applications pending, and the oldest has waited for more than 12 months. Nationally, there is 102 applications under the Catholic Bishops' Conference Labour Agreement, which remain pending, all lodged complete and decision ready, and all still recorded as IMI received. Delay is damaging, but it's the uncertainty that is worse. Under the current rules, we may not follow up until an application passes the 90th percentile for processing times. We cannot tell a parish when its priest will arrive. We move associate pastors between parishes, we ask priests in their 70s to take more on, and we shuffle priests between towns for months at a time. Every temporary fix disrupts another community. The incoming priest may already have been released from its ministry in his home country. He cannot take on another appointment because once a visa is granted, he only has 30 days to make it into Australia. So he waits without work and without a date. If the department told us that the wait would be 6 months, both sides could plan. It is the silence and it is the uncertainty that is the real kicker. The Star of the Sea Primary School said of Father Cooper, "He is not just a spiritual leader, he is a friend, a mentor and a guide." That is the social and cultural value that this system is currently holding in limbo. The terms of reference for this committee names economic, social and cultural value. I ask the committee to give those second and third practical weight by ensuring a reliable and properly prioritised pathway continues for religious workers. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for outlining some of the difficulties that you outlined in your opening remarks. And I might kick off with a couple of questions, but having a very multicultural seat, I'm aware of some of the difficulties in the Catholic Church, in the Eastern Orthodox Church, and in areas where a priest is basically has to go through seminary schools, etc. You can't, as we spoke earlier. What I'm finding is in a lot of multicultural areas where old traditional Italians were running the Roman Catholic Church or the Catholic Church have now all reached an age, they're all dying off, and that community, that vacuum is being filled by Indian Catholics, Filipinos, South Americans, etc. And they're finding extreme difficulties in sourcing people into the church to be their parish priest. Can you outline in terms of skilled migration, what we've been looking at, the established churches fall outside of the parameters and the guidelines that have been set up traditionally under our migration system for mechanics, electricians, a whole range of other people. How would you outline the skilled proficiency of a particular person so governments know that the person coming in is a proficient priest under the jurisdiction of the Catholics, for example, or the Orthodox Church or the Anglican Church? Walk us through this. I mean, in any other vocation, you'd say, yeah, there's a certificate, a degree, and you produce that, and you actually are able to go off and do a bridging course or whatever. In the church's case, or the religious case, it differs from religion to religion. How would we certify ourselves as a government that the person coming in is the person that will be able to perform this vocation?
I can only speak on behalf of the Catholic faith, in fact, that Catholic Church, to which all of our priests are ordained under the Roman Catholic Church. They are ordained within their local parishes and their local provincials, who provide them with a certificate for you want to say that they are authorised and allowed to practice. That also has to be approved by our Archbishop as well, who also has to do his checks to make sure that they do come into here and they are actual priests and they know what they're doing, and they are. One of the things that we are very aware of is making sure that we get very good priests who are going to provide great service to the community. We are very fortunate in Australia that we do get to pick the best of the best. And it is the leaders who come over of their communities that come over here to get experience before going back to their home countries as leaders as well. So we're very fortunate that the ones that we are getting from overseas are very good and are of very high quality. How do we look at it from a holistic point of view of, I think you have to trust the people that know, and the people that know are the religious orders who are bringing them in. I would hate to go down the path of religion, of a state dictating who a religious leader is. We're very fortunate that that's not what the country that we live in. So I think, you know, the state needs to allow the church to play lead on that front.
Can I ask where the Archdiocese is currently sourcing priests from? Which countries mainly?
At the moment, mainly India through the Bangalore process, which we outline in our submission. Yeah. Previously, we did have some agreements with Nigeria, but we have ceased that. So we still have some Nigerians, but we're not getting more from there. Increasingly, there's more coming in as well from the Philippines. They're mostly coming in from as trainee priests, though, not as ordained priests.
So in terms of an ordained priest coming in, I'd say most of those priests would have gone through seminary school and then, so there is proof of
correct.
Seminary. Yep,
correct.
Understood.
Correct.
And my very last question before I go on to my colleagues, can you tell us a little bit about the Australian Catholic Bishops' Conference Labour Agreement?
Yeah, great. So there's quite a few dioceses across the country. Just for example, in Queensland, there's 6 dioceses here. We have through the Australian Catholic Bishops' Conference, the Labour Agreement with the government and the Department of Home Affairs, which supports us to put in applications of already vetted people and to make it easier in theory. One of the things that we're finding under Direction 119 is that what is the point of having a labour agreement with the government if everyone who is coming in from overseas goes to the back of the queue anyway, the lowest priority. So one of the challenges we have is, yes, we've got the labour agreement with the government and the department through the national body, but if we're going to be sitting at the back of the queue anyway, what's the purpose of going through all that extra work?
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for appearing before us today. I think there's a few things you've raised. In relation to priests more specifically, they're probably in a different niche compared to migration more broadly.
Correct.
You have housing for them, which other migrants aren't able to access. But I'm interested in a few things. I'm interested in the processing side of our immigration system, which you've spoken to in particular, the fact that you've got visas that take, depending on the visa category, 3 months to over a year, and the requirements of the reports and stuff that you guys are required to produce expire within that period. Would you agree that that's, I guess, symptomatic of a broken system?
I would say that's symptomatic of a system that is under great pressure, and that there is opportunity for improvement in it.
And you also, the Catholic Church in the Archdiocese of Brisbane also has centre care, which is aged care, disability care and others. I'm interested in the reliance of migrants through those other arms of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, fantastic, so am I. No, so what I'd say is we do not sponsor anyone through centre care or through BCE. However, we do have a lot of migrants working, particularly within centre care in our aged care services. Particularly, we did have a lot within disability prior to us leaving the NDIS. Now that we're out of the NDIS service offering, our number of disability staff has reduced significantly. because it's only our state contracts that we have now in that space. So our reliance is not as heavy in that area. I couldn't tell you a definitive of how many within centre care are on migration visas or on short-term visas. I would say that there would be a reliance on our employee contracts with outside labour hire agreements.
Would it be fair to say that for aged care and disability care that there'd be a majority of the workers who would have come to Australia through skilled migration program?
I think that's very well established that the health sector and the community sector is built up on migration.
And that would apply to centre care as well?
I would assume so, but I wouldn't be able to say that definitely. But I would assume that would be the case.
And with the Ministerial Direction 119, which I think you spoke to, can you describe the level of consultation that you had, or that was had with the Catholic Church prior to that occurring?
We found out about it through the AFR. The day after, I had a meeting with the Assistant Minister, who didn't mention it to us, which, when we were speaking on the issues of the timeframes that we're facing, we didn't hear anything about it at that meeting. We found out about it through the AFR, to which I then wrote to the Minister to seek clarification. I'm still waiting for that back.
When did you write to the Minister?
That would have been on the 5th of August.
Okay. All right, I think that's all for me for now.
Thanks. Just in relation to that ministerial direction, I mean, it strikes me as being a little bit curious that you're at the bottom of the queue when such a very small number of migrant intake in that particular sector would make a huge difference. These are people who are, one person can preach to a congregation of 200 people compared to one-on-one healthcare. Therefore, do you have any sense of why that couldn't have been accommodated within a greater priority or something? Or
I think, and I'm speaking more philosophically here, is that policy shouldn't be made without deep consultation to know what the unintended consequences are going to be.
Yeah.
Under Ministerial Direction 119, there are a number of priority groups: defence, national security, understandable, police force, education, health, come in at priority number 3. So I can understand that that's front of mind, but when you have and appreciate that religious workers is not going to be at front of mind of an immigration minister as he's writing a ministerial direction. But that's why we have deep consultation prior to making sweeping changes.
Do you think there's any willingness on the part of the government to, the fact that they haven't written back to you in the last few weeks is probably not a good sign.
I did hear back from the department to clarify something on Friday.
Okay.
Or Thursday, Friday.
Do you think there's any willingness from the minister to potentially sort of...
There's definitely willingness on my side and from on our side to engage with them to make sure that we get a system that recognises that it's not just the economic levers and the national security levers that should be driving our migration numbers. We need to be looking at what's the impact holistically on society if we do not have people that come in. Like, at the end of the day, priests are coming in to provide service that they don't earn much money on it. They don't earn they earn a weekly stipend. They're not here for economic gain. They're here to provide a service to our nation and our community. And I'd be more than willing to sit down with the minister's office to rectify the situation.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I've got to be excused if that's...
Okay. Just going back, so the applications that you make would normally be on a 408 religious work stream visa, which allows full-time religious work for a recognised religious institution in Australia. Work must directly serve the institution's religious aims, generally not for mainly secular roles like administration, aged care or school teaching, and usually the visa's granted up to 2 years. That's under the 408. Is that what you're actually applying for, or is it different?
So we have three visas that we tend to use, so the 408.
Which this one that I've just read makes it quite clear what the parameters are.
Yes.
Which you would obviously qualify for priests, especially under the Catholic Church.
Yes.
It's an institution that has the certificates, it's recognised, etc. So the issue would be the weight then.
The weight, so on when do they get processed? So under 119,
Yep.
they now get processed if they are offshore when they apply, which I think and I'm happy to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure for the 408 they have to be offshore to apply for it.
Yep.
That
It would be offshore.
Yeah,
pretty sure.
that those, as they are not one of the listed occupations under 119, every other application that's in front of them gets assessed first. Previously, it was as you put in an application, that's the order of the queue you're in. But now they have set it up so it's prioritised on occupation and location of.
So the department's prioritising on occupation?
Correct, and location.
Skills that are...
National security, police,
Yep.
offshore.
Religious visas are down the bottom.
Are unmentioned, so they are. So the process. They are, so tier 4 is those that are onshore,
Yeah.
and then tier 5 are those that are offshore.
Okay, so that do you think that's just something that's been overlooked?
Correct. I don't think there's any malice in
Well,
the
it's certainly
situation.
something we can bring to the attention in our report.
Do not for a second think
Yeah.
that the minister's gone out and said, I'm going to stop getting, faith-based workers here. I think it's again, the failure to consult with the community as to...
I think we come up with the parameters, not thinking, when I say we, the
Yes.
ministers, etc., without thinking outside of those parameters. There are groups.
Correct.
And as you've heard, we've all seen them here. Second, can I just ask, in terms of every industry group that we've had in here, we talk about training apprentices, etc. What are the issues with training priests here from the local parishes, people from within Australia? Is there an issue with it? What are the difficulties, etc.? There are some groups that are doing it really well at the moment. I can name a couple of them that I know are pretty well sourcing all their priests now through locally local people, and then there's others which are finding it really difficult. So just...
Yeah, I think for us it's finding enough priests, enough young men who would like to join the priesthood. But it's it's not an easy life, and I think the 7 years of consideration is on both sides. That we have priests come into the seminary, or people come in and join the seminary and then leave because it's not for them. We also ask them to not continue if we don't feel that they will be able to do a lifelong job of service to community. It's not a job for everybody. It is a tough job.
It is.
It's trying to get young men who are willing to do it. I certainly wasn't. Good on those that do, but
Fully understand that, and obviously the Archdiocese covers a massive number of the population here, unlike some of the groups that I mentioned that are sourcing priests, have smaller communities like the Greek Orthodox Church and the other one's the Coptic Church.
Yes.
Every time I visit them, they've always got local priests pretty well.
So we're very fortunate, the Archdiocese, that we have the seminary here in Banyo, which provides priest formation services for Queensland across the board, and some northern New South Wales, and also some international as well. International orders will also send some of their priests to do certain years with us at the ACU out of Banyo.
How do delays, just for the record, when there's a delay in a local parish, how does that affect the parish? When there's a delay in a visa processing and there's a shortage of a particular a parish without a priest?
Well, I think that I can give two examples, and Well, I'll give one of the examples because it's on the Gold Coast, so it might be a good one to give, is that there's a new hospital at the Gold Coast. And one of the visas that we're waiting on is a priest who specialises in pastoral services to people who are dying in hospital and ministers to hospitals currently in India, and that's the order specialises in that. He will be appointed to the Gold Coast Hospital and Redlands Hospital when he arrives, at which stage, but at the moment, they're having to be picked up on that, and there is, I think, one priest serving 5 different hospitals at the moment down in South Brisbane, down to the Gold Coast. In terms of, we have a priest who has just been moved from, essentially we shuffle the deck chairs in terms of parish life with associate pastors who, so, you know, when they arrive into country or you finish at the seminary, you become an associate pastor, so you learn under a priest for another about 2 years before being given a parish of your own. We're having to move associate pastors into parish land to lead parishes for 3 months at a time prior to what we would say that they are ready for. Which can, you know, not only does that affect the parish that they're going to, because they're only getting someone for a short period of time, but it also affects the parish that they're coming from, because they're now losing the priest who may have been in the middle of doing formation with a couple about to get married, but now their priest is gone. So they have to start with somebody else. All of these things have a chain reaction.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
I know you represent the Catholic Church, but just in your discussions with other faith-based organisations and other religions, do you know if this is a similar issue for them? Do you know if the processing times and the uncertainty and the silence, as you described, do you know if that is a shared experience?
Yes, from what I understand from the conversations I've had, yes, it's been an ongoing challenge for many different faith groups, some more than others.
And does the Catholic Church have its own vetting procedures for priests prior to their application?
Significantly. So, which I have put in detail in the written submission. So we go down, at the moment we're going down 2 paths. So you've got the Bangalore model, which we send over a group of about, I think it's 5 staff, plus the bishop, over to Bangalore, where we vet intensely over about 2 weeks, a whole lot of different interviews, put some priests under different pressure, see how they engage with different people of different, you know, make sure that they have good communication skills, that they're going to be a good fit for Australia before offering them a place here. So that's that. The other alternative is that they come to Australia for about 6 weeks under a business visa, and they get placed within 3 different parishes to see how they handle that. However, from that one, we've had to say no to a lot more priests than we.
Can I also ask, so you mentioned, I think there was a case study about a Redlands priest from India?
Yes, Father Cooper.
Whereabouts do you see the majority of your priests that are coming into Australia? Where are they coming from? Is there a significant country or is there a significant group of countries?
Yeah, so at the moment, India is a.
Do you know why that is?
That's our choice as to where we're going from. So we used to have a lot from Nigeria. What we are finding is that the Indian priest, culturally are a better fit into Australia. Also, our parishes have a significant Indian community, but there's also, they understand Australian culture a lot more, and we don't have as many issues.
Right.
Thank you. I've seen it firsthand in my electorate. Queen of Angels, a church that's been there for 100 years, more than 100 years. Big Italian community, they've all passed on. We now have a big Indian community. It's become the centre for Catholic Indians, and without they also have a Indian Catholic priest from South India from somewhere, and without that community it would have been closed down and everything else that goes with it. So it's pretty important work. In terms of percentages, and you may not be able to give me this figure, locally produced priests and overseas sourced priests.
23%. So we have
You do have the figures, excellent.
Yeah, sorry. So we have 28 overseas priests. If my maths is correct, I think we have 121 priests. 28 are here on sponsored visas.
So out of the 128, 28 are overseas priests.
121 priests and 28 are overseas.
Not all 121 are from overseas.
No, that's 121 priests.
Yep. So
in the
about
15%.
15%.
Yeah.
15.
So we have 93 parishes, 82 priests are appointed as parish priests, 22 priests are appointed as associate pastors, and 17 are priest chaplains at hospitals, our defence force, our prisons and our cultural communities, of that 28 are.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just one follow-up question to that. Obviously, you would find it, just like businesses and organisations, a bit more challenging to get priests into rural and regional areas, perhaps. I was wondering, do you, your ability to fill the vacancies for priests in rural and regional areas, do you rely on migration more so for that than you do in the urban areas?
Not specifically, and I'll give you an example. We actually have a priest who's currently down, I can't remember where he is at the moment, the south side of Brisbane, and he's a Nigerian priest and he has 12 months left in Australia, and he is requested to go out regionally. So he said, while I'm here in Australia, I want to go regional. So he's going out to Kingaroy and Nanango in January. So at the moment, we're shuffling some chairs until then. So it's a bit of a mix. Some priests love the regional lifestyle and they suit it well. Some priests don't, and they don't suit it well. For us, it's about making sure that we're finding the right priest for the right community. Some priests, within the city, some are good for the Gold Coast and some aren't. Some are good for the Brisbane city, some are good in suburbs of parishes. It's finding the right fit for the right priest in the right community.
So it's not the case that you're more reliant on the migration program to assist in regional and rural areas?
No. In saying that, there are some priests from regional India or regional Nigeria who will suit better in a regional town. We don't look at it in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redmond, for your evidence today and for coming in. If there's any additional information that you've been asked to provide, please send it to the Secretary by Friday, the 2nd of October 2026, and you'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors that you may feel have been made. On that note, thank you very much for your evidence today. Thank you. We now call Mr. Bernard. We've got two people today. Thank you. Thank you very much. I now welcome Dr. Ord Bernard to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state the name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Ord Bernard, I'm here as the Associate Professor of Demography at the University of Queensland.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you to make a very short opening statement of a few minutes before we proceed to a discussion. Over to you, Dr. Bernard.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm here because of the work I've done with colleagues at the University of Queensland on the regional retention of skilled migrants and the visa pathways of temporary migrants. And this work has shown that A growing number and proportion of migrants have entered Australia on temporary visas at a time when the permanent migration program has been relatively stable. That's over the last 2 decades or so. And so as a result, a growing number and share of migrants remain on temporary visas for longer. And so this is particularly true for international students. We find that a growing proportion of students remain on temporary visas even after they graduate visa. That's less the case, though, for migrants who enter Australia on a temporary skilled visa. They tend to transition relatively quickly onto a permanent visa, much more so than students, particularly those who transition through a regional visa. So I'm happy to answer more questions on this or provide more statistics.
Can I just ask a question? It's pretty evident, but just for the record, how important are regional visa schemes where people settle in the regions on work visas? How important are they to skilled migration, sourcing the skills that we require, especially in regions?
I think they provide a really important input into the workforce. It's very difficult to attract Australian-born or migrants to regions. So I think without this visa program, that would be much more difficult. However, we found that a significant proportion of migrants who go onto these visas were already living in regional Australia. So about 80% of migrants who go on these regional skilled visas are onshore applicants. And of those, about 65% were already in regions for an average of 2 years. But what we found is that migrants who were already in regional areas when they applied, they actually have a higher retention in the longer term. But yes, they do provide, they're critical to the labour force in this region.
In terms of the international scale, what, I suppose, could you let us know in terms of global economic and political trends are affecting international migration patterns into Australia?
That's a good question.
Are there any particular trends that we're seeing internationally?
In terms of the number of migrants or where migrants are going, or that's...
Yeah, that sort of stuff, with
yes.
the trends.
I don't think we've seen a significant shift in recent years. I mean, I think the changes we're seeing, in terms of perhaps it's getting harder to get a visa or some countries closing down. We've seen this in many countries. But when you think about the drivers in origin countries, it hasn't changed significantly. There's been some surveys looking at intention to migrate, and they're very, very high. It's perhaps 25 or 30% of the global population wanting to immigrate, and this hasn't changed over time. I think what's interesting, if we think about the future and global trends, is thinking about demographic trends, and some countries are shrinking. And in that sense, I think the competition for skilled migrants will only grow and intensify in the future as you have significant population decline and aging, particularly in Southern and Eastern Europe as well as East Asia. But at the same time, the demographic trends mean that perhaps source countries will change. And I think demographic trends explain why India has become the main source country over China since 2017. And where a lot of the population growth will come from this century, about 50% of the global population growth will be from sub-Saharan Africa. And so this, I think, will change who applies for visas coming to Australia in the decades to come.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Do skilled migrants remain in the regions where shortages exist, or does your data suggest that too many of them move to capital cities? And I'm interested in particular about whether the evidence or what the evidence shows about regional retention after skilled migrants obtain permanent residency.
So we looked at these data, and we looked at it in 2 ways. Retention in regional areas, meaning outside, Brisbane, Melbourne and Sydney. If you look at this, it's quite high. It's about 70% after 10 years. But there are a few caveats. The first one is if you look at retention within SFO region, so that's the statistical unit the Australian Bureau of Statistics uses. So, for example, there would be 4 SFO region in Brisbane. So thinking more about the local retention, it's about 40% within 9 to 10 years. Now, what we've done is we compared these to migrants who come on non-regional visas and the Australian populations. And what we found is 2 things. The first one is regional skilled migrants have a slightly lower retention. Now, if you look at the retention over time, and we track migrants months by months, they have a gradual decline in retention. So it's not like that after the number of years they're required to stay, we see a gradual drop. No, it's a gradual decline over time, and the trend over time is very similar to Australians, but it's slightly lower retention. One of the reasons is that migrants are younger and more educated, and we know that the more, younger people and more educated people are more likely to move. But even when we control for this, they have a slightly lower retention. We looked at the drivers of retention. So we found that migrants who have lower level of English proficiency, lower incomes are more likely to stay. And that could indicate 2 things. That could be a reflection of the labour market in regional areas, or that could be that these migrant groups are perhaps less competitive in some labour markets in outside capital cities, We also found that migrants who have young children are more likely to stay, and that's not surprising because we know that once families have their children at school, they're less likely to move. And thinking about the regional characteristics, we found that regions that have more occupational diversity, have higher co-ethnic networks and lower housing prices do better at retaining migrants in the longer term. And unsurprisingly, retention is significantly lower in remote, and the more remote you go, the lower the retention.
And in what you've just said, a lot of the factors which determine whether or not migrants stay in regional or rural communities is sort of dependent on the migrant. It's their English standards, it's whether they've got young children. Is there anything that the government can do to assist people to stay or to boost retention in those areas?
Look, I think the 3 last factors are listed, which are the place-based kind of determinants. So as I said, occupational diversity, and that could be because migrants move between occupations, or if you have a partner, they may not have the same occupation. So that's one of the factors we found. The size of the co-ethnic networks seems to make a difference. So if you have, co-ethnic community in the region, you have high retention. And I think this suggests that over time retention may be growing as some of these co-ethnic communities are starting to emerge in regional Australia. We did some work a few years ago showing that we've seen, for example, the regionalisation of the Indian diaspora. That's quite new. It's driven by different factors, including international students as well. But these co-ethnic communities are emerging. And the third factor we found is the housing prices as well.
So with the second factor, I'm not sure if I understood this correctly, but do you mean having more of the diaspora in the same community?
Correct.
So that there's, right, okay, and that's going to attract them to stay in that community?
Yes, and some migrant groups are more react more strongly to these communities than others, but by and large, we found that was the case.
It does make sense. That does also counteract, and we've had this discussion earlier today with about the community licence and community support for our migration system. And part of the criticism that we're starting to hear this quite a bit now, is that there is a lack of integration, and so it can kind of have a converse effect in terms of the social licence.
It's very tricky, yes, I agree. And actually also if you look at policies in Europe, particularly around relocating humanitarian migrants in regions and retaining them, they've taken the opposite ways to avoid having these ethnic communities. So because of the problem you mentioned. So I'm not sure what the solution is, but people will relocate. So I think in that sense, the government has played a limited role in, whether these communities emerge or not, except perhaps for humanitarian migrants, where the government has stronger intervention.
And with your, I think it was your third point on housing, which you were just getting to. So am I right in saying that housing was a determining factor as to whether or not they stay in the regional areas, or did you mean that the lack of housing in urban areas means they don't move?
Yeah, that's a good question. We found that regions that had lower housing prices were doing better at retaining regional migrants in the longer term.
Right.
Yes.
So in order, just when we're talking about what government can do, if government can make it so that house prices are lower in regional areas, or boost supply of houses so that it's cheaper in regional areas, that will have an effect, it could have an effect, that migrants would be, or skilled migrants would be prepared to stay there longer.
Yes, correct. That's what the data shows.
And so, I mean, there's obviously a lot of talk at the moment about the levers that government can pull, and notwithstanding the proposal to link migration levels to the number of homes being built, what other measures could also be considered in a broader, comprehensive strategy?
Strategies that tie in directly to the number of migrants, of visas, you mean?
No, so putting housing to the side.
Yes.
Or putting housing to the side. Are there any other strategies that we can use in government to say this is how we're going to attract migrants to those communities?
Look, these are the only three factors that...
Yeah, those are the three.
Yes, we tried other factors. We tried the access to... we looked at the unemployment rate, the income rate. We looked at the number of teachers and social services. Those are the three ones that came much more strongly than the others.
The other would be better pay and wages would attract people. That's one of the number one motivators in attracting everything.
Yes, and I mean, wages are also lower in regions, which, we looked at where migrants from regions are relocating, and they're relocating primarily to capital cities and then inner regional, most likely for work and better pay as well. Yes.
And also other incentives that are put in place, rent assistance, motor vehicles, etc. In terms of competing for, and I've asked this question with a lot of the other witnesses, the high-end skill jobs, for example, AI, high-tech jobs, how are we comparing with other countries around the world? Are we getting our fair share of these cutting-edge skills that are rare around the world in terms of countries wanting to source those occupations or people with those skills for those occupations, compared to like-minded countries like Europe, Canada, United States, UK, Australia, I suppose would be about the... Or are we missing out because of our immigration structure? And I don't know if you've looked at any research in this area.
I haven't done any research specifically at this. What I can reflect on is what we see at universities when we try to hire and recruit highly skilled people. We do still get a lot of applications from Europe in particular. We're still getting some, so I think we're attracting people from these markets. But for example, thinking about PhD students, which are an important pathways to these highly skilled occupations you're mentioning, we're having a really hard time recruiting in Europe or the United States, I would say. Yes.
Yeah, excellent. Anything further? Thank you. Is there anything else we'd like to add before we close up?
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for coming today. Thank you for appearing before the committee and for your evidence. If there's something else that we wish to contact you for some more information, we may do so, or vice versa. If there's something else that you want to feed through, please feel free to do so by the 2nd of October. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and we'll also have an opportunity to request corrections if you feel there's any transcription errors. That concludes our hearing for today. I'd like to thank all our witnesses for appearing and giving evidence to the committee. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat for arranging it all, my colleagues who joined me today on the committee, and of course Hansard for their hard work in ensuring that this session was broadcasted, but also keeping an accurate record of everything that was said today. I declare this public hearing closed.